You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pop excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
Are you our friends? Are you locked in? Well, then step this way, step this way, step this way, because this is the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are back and better than ever for our June episode. So much to cover over the last month of professional wrestling. So we got a lot to get into. We're not going to waste any time because as you know, as is our modus operandi, we can get a little long on these shows, so we ain't going to waste no time dilly-dallying on the front end. Let me bring in the advocates. First of all, of course, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, 10 years in the game. Ain't a damn thing changed, and I am joined by my right-hand man, by my brother in arms, by the Mayor Pro Tem of Los Angeles, California, by a man who may be the future interim head coach for the Los Angeles Lakers or the LA Sparks, depending on who brings them the bag. Some call him Moderna Chris. Some call him Mimosa Chris. But I simply call him the Professor. He is my brother and my friend. Y'all give it up for the angry intellectual himself, Professor Chris Ely. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Yo, what is up, y'all? And I think we might have to have a little talking to Ray. Like, he's done great things since he's been with the Post family, the NWA family, the Kings of Sport family, but I don't know. We gave him access to the company car. We gave him access to the petty cash.
Right.
You know, and you know, he's slipping, man. I'm like, come on, my bro. Like,
saying we gave him access to the Post Black card and he took it to Magic City.
Yeah, he took the black card and just start making all kind of charges on it, yo. But you know, Ray, we ain't trying to do you like the second Becky off of Roseanne, you know, or the first Becky, you know, we trying to keep you around, but
I forgot all about that. There was like two Beckys on Roseanne. Yeah. And then I think was the second Becky that was the old girl off of Scrubs, right?
Sarah Chalk. Yeah, they replaced, like, they kept. I remember one episode they like had them replacing them on the same episode, you know. Yeah, funny stuff.
Yo, if you out there playing the Post Wrestling bingo game, you did not have Roseanne talk in the first 5 minutes of the June edition of the NBA podcast, NWA podcast, NBA. I got WNBA on the brain, okay? And we're not gonna get into it, man, because I could go off on a tangent here on WNBA and people's reactions to an in-game play that is just normal basketball and idiots like Dave Portnoy and Matt Leinart. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
That is loosely related, right?
Yeah. I guess we could kind of go off on that tangent, branch off of Pat McAfee. But I'm not going to do that. I'm a responsible podcast host, Chris. I'm going to bring it back for all the people that's watching live and listening live. We appreciate y'all. Let's bring in the third member of the team, of course, representing not only the Washington Mystics, but also his Indiana Fever. We got the number one Caitlin Clark fan in the game joining us. Y'all give it up for the Yick himself, the youngest in charge, the man with all the news that's fit to read, Andrew Thompson. What's good, nephew?
How did I get the label of the number one Caitlin? Where did that come from? That is false. Hold on, wait. That is some false advertising. Hey, Ray, take me back out. Make him do it again. What was that?
You saying you hating on Caitlyn, Andrew?
Nah. Like, look, tell her fans leave me alone, bro. I ain't
saying
saying that at all.
You don't want them folks crazy.
Hey, Nate, I don't want no smoke with Caitlyn Clark fans at all. Shout out to Caitlyn, man. Shout out to Angel Reese too. As we talked about before we went live, Ray put it perfectly. We had a good 3 days of just straight basketball talk, and then today happened. So there you go. Now we about to hear first take with Stephen A. Smith, dragging this on for the next couple of days. It's just a basketball play, people. Get over it. She wagging in the head. It happens in the NBA all the time.
Yo, how was the W booking better sports entertainment than some of these wrestling companies, Andrew?
But this Caitlyn Clark, Angel Reese thing, bro. Like this is going to be it is somewhat good for the league to generate this type of interest, but like I'm talking about just the overall conversations that are arising from these things, and then on top of that, isn't that this is like now this is why the NWA podcast ended up being 6 hours long because of topics like this. But see, this is the thing though, right? From what I've seen, it doesn't seem like the players are the one that's like it further igniting this thing. Like just when I was looking on Twitter and I saw the Caitlyn Clark post game interview, and she was like, "Oh yeah, it's a basketball play." You know, she talked about like what Angel Reese brings to the game and like the popularity that they have cultivated together, and then X, Y, and Z. And then like Nate said, you got Dave Portnoy, basically alluding to Angel Reese being this and that, and like I'm like, bro, it is not that deep. She swung for the ball, she went for the block, she missed it, she connected with the head. It happens all the time. And this is like it's not even about. I'm not gonna say for everybody, for those specific individuals, like in similar vein to Dave Portnoy, this is no longer about basketball. It's not about hoops. It's not about who's the better player. It's not. This is about black versus white. Like that's what they're making it. And I'm serious. That's what he has a big following, and it's not just him. But it's other people of similar vein that are making this a black versus white thing, and I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be that, but it's slowly it's picking up and becoming more of that as these type of situations continue to go on. And the thing is, it makes people take aim at Caitlyn because you have these other individuals who are using her name to further. Basically mask what they really want to say, but they're afraid to say.
And Caitlyn just told him like 2 days ago, Andrew. They asked her after the game. She said, "Don't use my name to promote all this other stuff, this extra stuff y'all doing."
Exactly. She like literally said this in that presser, that the little media session that they had before game time, and people still doing it. So like it's like at this point, it's becoming more of a soap opera than about the hoops. Like I was just talking before we started recording. It's like there's a part of me that kind of misses the days like when it was just like not a small minority, but just like that. The WNBA was just fun to watch, just to see people hooping and shit like that. And then now it's like this.
Now that everybody that showed up to the party,
bro. And then the thing is, but it's like people not even watching the damn game. It's like they just watching just to blow something up. I'm like, what are we talking hoops no more? Like, and then the thing, it's not even the players for the most part. Like, I mean, you got players chipping in and stuff like that, but I mean, people
which they've been doing for years.
That people talk trash all the time. People in the NBA be talking trash. They be going back and forth with Instagram comments, X, Y, and Z. But it's like, but I don't know what it is, bro. It's like people be acting like women can't talk shit. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like these are basketball players. They gonna talk trash. They gonna get in each other's face. They gonna be hard fouls. Like, bro, this ain't like what are we doing, bro? But this is a whole other thing, Nate.
Welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian WNBA advocates.
Thank you, bro. But hold on, wait. Can we get an introduction for Brother Ray real quick?
Yes.
Nate?
Speaking of Caitlyn Clark, this man is the Caitlyn Clark of producers. That's what they saying on the street. So y'all give it up for the fourth member of our team, Ray Williams, a.k.a. Two-Way Ray, a.k.a. 10-Day Ray, a.k.a. Caitlyn Dark on these streets. What's good, Ray?
Caitlyn Dark.
Not much.
Put it on the t-shirt, Dickie Bird.
You going to keep peddling that. Yeah, I'm doing well,
look,
brothers.
we got the Yick shirts off, so who knows?
Yeah.
Nate, I
Also
still
with
cannot
the-
believe you got that on, bro. Look, okay, Ray with the merch. Okay, Ray with the merch. Hey, brother Ray, how you feeling today, man? How light you?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
You good, Ray?
I need to take my car to the car wash. That's really what I need. But
Oh, he's
yeah,
showing
I'm doing
off,
well.
man. Showing off, man.
Stop.
Yeah, so that explains why you had the company car out.
First off, for all the fathers out there who are doing their best and who are there for their kids, happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, man.
Yeah, happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there and the stepfather, because you ain't a stepdaddy. You the daddy that stepped up, brother.
Indeed.
We see you, Russell Wilson.
Yeah. And then I did want to say real quick, Chris is coming out here. We've been joking on the Kings of Sport about this brother going up for the Lakers coaching job, but he coming out here like a coach in the press conference, just putting all my business out there. Talking in the locker room, coach.
Who are you taking the company car, my dude? The petty cash. I mean, come on.
I didn't know I was doing all that.
You know it's about to happen next. See, this how it started. The next thing you know, it's going to be report Ray Williams frustrated at NWA.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I'm already
Nubian wrestling advocates looking to seek a trade for Ray Williams.
My sources, I hear my sources, Woj, but I hear my sources telling me.
We're going to trade Ray to the basketball podcast with JJ Redick and LeBron for a player to be named later.
Right,
It's kind of crazy. What's the name? JJ Redick essentially about to get a coaching job because he did that.
Well, not just off the podcast,
right.
But because of that relationship with LeBron, that he's made from the podcast, he might get a job off of that. So any NBA team, I ain't even gonna say NBA teams, any college team that need a coach. I'm about to start playing this EA Sports NCAA. So y'all need somebody to rebuild your program.
Hey Nate, you want that?
I'm about to get on it, man. It's back.
I'm right with you. Hey, real quick before we get into the rest,
about to take Hampton University to the national championship.
Yeah, but that's the furthest y'all gonna get. That's some bullshit right there.
The real HU. Let me stop.
Hey, Chris, what would you think about Dan Hurley turning down the Lakers head coaching job?
Oh, I would have did the same thing. I mean, that's just not a job. It's the glitz and glamour seem cool, but like once you get in it and you're dealing with these Lakers, and if you don't have a cohesive team, all the blame is going to go on the coach. We talked about this on Kings of Sport.
Yeah. Speaking of the Kings of Sport, we got merch up at Chop Tees. Shout out to the man Dickie Bird, the Birdman.
Oh yeah, and we have a TikTok page.
Oh yeah. Let me get to it, Chris. Let me get to it, brother. Let me get to it. So. First of all, if you enjoyed our little sports conversation here off the top on the NWA podcast, we do this all the time at the Kings of Sport. So hit up the Patreon, patreon.com/Kings of Sport. $5 gets you in the door. We got a goal. By the end of this summer, we want to hit 100 subscribers on the Patreon. Right now, we at about 30% of that goal. So if y'all want to show some love to your team out here, subscribe to the Patreon. $5 gets you in the door. Other ways that you can support us. Chop Tees, as I mentioned, shop-tees.com, where you can find all of your Kings of Sport merchandise and post-wrestling merchandise. Don't forget them good brothers. And don't forget to follow us on Twitter, Cospod, KOS_POD. That handle is also used, as Chris said, for our new TikTok page. We on TikTok. We on these TikTok streets. Ray is about to be out here doing all of the latest TikTok dances, nephew. Because when I see Ray standing next to Sexy Red, I believe he sees two bad bitches. So Ray's gonna be doing all these dances on the TikTok. BBL Ray on these streets. Y'all ain't ready for the Kings of Sport TikTok.
Hey Ray, stop letting that man call you.
I can't stand y'all.
Ray said he want that trade now.
like to get today, we asking is we get 10 TikTok followers, right? So if you have a TikTok, follow us on TikTok. We just need 10 of you to die.
And even if you don't, just go make one. Just go make a burner.
Yeah, make one and then start following us. 10 Kings of Sport. KOS_POD.
That's what we talk about.
And I'll be monitoring the page from my tablet. So
Chris said he's gonna be watching. So subscribe to the Patreon, subscribe to the TikTok, subscribe to the YouTube, follow us on Twitter, man. We trying to do some things out here on these streets. We appreciate all the love, but we not here to talk about sports tonight, at least not exclusively sports. We are here to talk about the crazy world of professional wrestling, and that's it's a lot that's transpired over the past 4 weeks, nephew. So we got a big show. We were just talking before the show about like the Tiffany Stratton clip that's up on the Post Wrestling YouTube. Like that feels like 6 months ago. So like we got a lot of stuff to get into. If you want to join the conversation, we see a lot of people in the chat right now. The quickest way to jump to the front of that line, to cut the line, to grab that company card, drive the company car like Ray Williams, is to hit us with that super chat button. Super chat puts you in the VIP room. You get to cut the line and join in on all of this great conversation. So, nephew, I'm going to pass you the rock. Don't get fouled by Angel Reese, but I'm going to pass you the rock. Can you get us to our first story, brother?
Indeed, man. Indeed. And you know what? I'm taking the company car next month. So Ray, I don't know what you're gonna do, brother, but I'm coming to get the Lexus, Ray. So our first story. Hey, bro, I love doing this podcast with y'all, Ray. Y'all hilarious. So we got.
That's why we be going 6 hours, nephew.
This is exactly. But you know what? I'm putting it out there. 3:30.
Ooh.
3:30 max tonight.
Ooh, you famous last word.
Famous last word. Hey Ray, you just make sure you got your hand on that button.
I got my hand on the button.
Hey Ray, when you see 329 pop up on the screen, just shut it down.
We'll be in the middle of our conversation. Just cut it off, Ray.
we ain't even do no plugs or nothing.
Tony Schiavone, we out of time, folks. We gotta go.
Now we're gonna hit him with the John and Wade granted us the overrun, the 10-minute overrun.
Commercial free.
So our first story of the night, which is going to be our cover photo, I believe. We got our Ricochet, that good man Ricochet. He gave his notice. According to PW Insider, they were first to report the news that Ricochet gave his notice to WWE. And he intends to depart the company when his contract expired. There were other reports that came out. I think there's another report from PW Insider who had noted that the belief is that his contract is supposed to be expired in July. And on the latest episode of Monday Night Raw, as we're recording this, Ricochet had got into a altercation with Braun Breaker, and he has been going back and forth with Braun and like kind of it been mixed up with Ilya Dragunov as well. And Braun Breaker and Ricochet brawled to the outside. Braun sent them into one of the production trucks. Ricochet sold it like a beast. Man fell straight on his back. He did not have to take that bump like that, but he definitely did. And Braun slammed him through a car, slammed him onto a car windshield, and he was stretched out of the venue, sent to a hospital. And Samantha Irvin, his significant other, went inside the ambulance with him. And the belief is that was Ricochet's final appearance on Monday Night Raw, but there were like different varying reports that there could be something that spawns from that. But I remember PW Insider had reported that as of that day in that particular segment, that was Ricochet's scheduled final appearance for WWE. But again, like I said, the reports is that his contract doesn't expire to July, so something else could come from that. I'm assuming we all pretty much assume a singles match with Braun Breaker possibly on the horizon. But Nate, when you first saw the news that Ricochet gave his notice to WWE and he intends to exit the company when his contract expires, what was your first thought? I'm sure you probably thought about like his run in general. Ricochet came in the company in 2018. He was the speed champion, the Twitter champion, as people call it, the X champion, if you will. It's sort of a very up and down run, if you will. Like it started hot in NXT, smoking, and then once he got under Vince McMahon's regime and Vince McMahon's booking, it kind of downtracked from there. And Triple H, it felt like he tried to pick it up, but Ricochet was just already in that place where it was nowhere else to go. So like, what was your overall thoughts about that whole ordeal, Nate?
Yeah, when I heard the news, nephew, it didn't surprise me. I think. Much like Ray, sometimes you can tell when somebody's frustrated. in a workplace. I think we all can acknowledge that bell to bell, this dude is still one of the best, particularly in that company. But in terms of a character, right? And I hate that I keep going back to K-Dot because like that man has worked like an earworm into my brain like for the last 6 weeks. But it's that line from Meet the Grams in terms of like buying into the Ricochet character. Why believe you? You never gave us nothing to believe in. And I don't put that on Ricochet. I put that on the people that were promoting him, the people that were booking him. You mentioned that NXT run, which was fantastic. Like still one of the best moments in NXT, even though we don't talk about this one cat no more, is when you had that confrontation between Ricochet and Dream. And Ricochet like flipped over the ropes and like, this dude is amazing. Like this dude is a superhero for real. But for whatever reason, whether it's, not being the best promo or, not being 6'4", 250 pounds of pure muscle, whatever the case may be, they never really got behind the dude. He'd have spots here and there, but you're right, Andrew. Once you're at a certain level for a certain amount of time, you kind of get slotted into that level, if not in the company's eyes, in the fans' eyes, in the viewers' eyes. And so it's like, again, going back to that Kendrick line, like, I can't believe you a top dude because they ain't ever shown me nothing that says you're a top dude. But I do feel like, if he does re-sign, like, obviously salute to him for getting the bag, and you got a ready-made feud with Braun Breaker, which I think would be really cool. But if he doesn't, Andrew, obviously this is kind of where you start to play the what-if game. And it's like, well, where would be a good landing spot for Ricochet? And obviously I think he'd have bangers in AEW, but he'd still kind of be stuck in that spot because I don't see him leapfrogging a bunch of people in AEW. We look at New Japan. Again, he'd have bangers in New Japan. He's had bangers in New Japan. But I don't think he's like a top guy off the rip. And I don't even know if he wants to be a top guy, right? Like this is us projecting. But if he does want to be like kind of a top guy or close to the top guy, and this is me being a homer, if you don't want your promoter all in the video, you don't want your promoter all in the matches, come to Death Row, by which I mean come to TNA, dog.
How about I say, Chris, to kick it over to you, what was sort of your assessment of Ricochet in his current situation right now? But obviously, there's still the looming possibility of him resigning, but it seems like all signs are pointing to him being on his way. And just sort of, this is kind of a similar conversation, Chris, that we was having about another person who just recently resigned with WWE. We'll talk about that in our next topic, but just making that transition to another company, I'm assuming AEW. And then like how Nate had just mentioned, maybe Ricochet's goal isn't to go and be world champion elsewhere. Maybe he just like, I just want to go out here and just wrestle. But like, just overall, Chris, from your personal assessment, what have you made of Ricochet's, like, let's focus on the back end portion of his WWE run with the speed title and like kind of just being stuck in that middle. And like how Nate mentioned, once you're in that slap for so long, the people, they just view you as that. There's no there's no Bob the Builder said, did y'all see H hyping up the Muffin Man? We will talk about that.
We'll talk about that.
We're gonna talk about that. Nice Salmon says, Kendrick for Money in the Bank in Toronto, please. Hashtag running July 6th on my road. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody.
Appreciate the super chats, family.
For sure. But Chris, just your assessment of the back end of Ricochet's WWE run, and what do you think, just off the top of your head, a run for Ricochet would look like in AEW? Like, would you assume that he would want to be a top guy, or do you think he just wants to go there and just, there's no shortage of potential great matches that could be there for him?
I mean, I think that here's the thing. It depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to go to AEW and be a main eventer, that I don't think that's happening. However, an artist needs to do his or her art. That's the thing. And in WWE, they've obviously slotted him in a spot. They're like, yo, you're a good hand. We have our brand new toy, Braun Breaker. We need you to get your ass beat by him. And that's what you're good for, And if you feel that you are better than that, then yeah, go to the other company to do more what you want to do, because it's not going to get any worse for him in AEW. I don't think that. I think it's just going to be a good lateral move. You know, I don't see him jumping up to the main event spot, because like I've said on this show several times, both companies have their main eventers. I think they know who they like. You know, it's like, even if you're someone like what's his name, the dude that just got on NXT, I'm blank, Cage,
Ethan Page,
yeah. Even if you're someone like Ethan Page, who is good and who's probably going to be a future main eventer, it ain't going to happen immediately. You know, you're going to do your NXT reps, and then you're going to go to the main roster. That's just how it is going to be. There's a few people who will skip the line if they go to the other company, but Ricochet is not one of those people that's skipping the line.
You thinking TNT title is kind of his ceiling, Chris?
Yeah, I think it's his ceiling for now. I think the one thing that he'll get is, because he's the new toy, I think he's gonna get a chance to do what he does best, which is wrestle. Yeah. He's gonna have some good banger matches. I don't think WWE is that's not the spot they've got slotted for him now. Like, WWE doesn't, in AEW, he'll at least be a mid Carter. I don't think he's a mid Carter in WWE. I mean, giving them
ain't nothing wrong with being a good mid Carter.
There's nothing wrong with it. But in WWE, he's wrestling for the fucking speed title, you know? Like, what this is like.
How long has that speed title been around? Because I just found out about it 2 weeks ago.
It was like a few months.
Yeah, like I think they announced it on Twitter that they were doing this thing where you watch a 5-minute matches on Twitter. Like, here's the thing with the Twitter algorithm that everybody needs to know. Is all you have to do is scroll at a video and it gets a view. You know, if you're just like randomly happen upon a video, it counts as a view. It doesn't tell you who's sitting there like watching intently.
Wow. Okay, hold on, nephew. Sorry, Chris. Nephew, I need to ask a question. Maybe Chris knows, because Chris knows how the algorithm work. Maybe Ray knows, because Ray is the super producer, Caitlin Dark on these streets. But you just mentioned in the Twitter algorithm, Chris, it just brought to my mind, like, is there a reason why I keep seeing this damn Pikachu wrestling thing show up on my feed under every damn post, man? I ain't searched for the Pikachu wrestling, man. I don't follow the Pikachu wrestling, man, but he's on every. I was looking up something for the WNBA today. Pikachu wrestling, man, under a post about Kennedy Carter.
I think sometimes what happened is like they'll like pay for like advertisements and like it'll like broadcast.
Yeah, it's a paid.
It'll broadcast it to those who are like heavily. Would like heavily tweet about wrestling or are associated with wrestling, and it's basically like a advertisement to those who are recommended,
like a specified targeted ad.
That's exactly that like you guys just put you just put it better than any way I can explain. Exactly.
Right, yeah.
So basically anybody that tweets about wrestling remotely, like on a semi-consistent basis, you're probably going to get that.
Now we got to deal with Pikachu wrestling, man,
because the person is like paying to get that information and get that those videos out there. That's how that works,
right? But like with the speed title, I don't know why WWE like is hell bent. And this isn't a new thing. Like with making these like super like jokey belts, you know, like it's not so like the speed title. It might turn into something, but I doubt it. It's like when you give these people these 24/7 titles, these speed titles and stuff like that, that's telling them like, hey,
where they are.
You are a joke. You know, this is what we see you as. it's the friend zone, you know. It's like
Hey, Ricochet, we like you, just not like that, dog.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, why would you want to be somewhere where they're treating you like you are in the friend zone? You know, you want to at least be in the running, you know, like you're not trying to necessarily, you know, maybe you're not the prom king, but you know, you're somewhere on that level, you know.
Right.
You know, maybe you're not Emilio Estevez in the Breakfast Club, but at least Judd Nelson, you know, like, something, you know.
Like with these new, like it seems like whenever, like, Chris, just to piggyback on what Chris is talking about, like when they introduce these like sort of content championships, because that's essentially what it is. It's used for social media content. It's the same thing with the 24/7 title, but that was featured on TV, but more so it was just to generate additional content for social media and involving outside characters from within their particular space, like in WWE and stuff like that. There's a point when it can be somewhat beneficial to get certain individuals like in just incorporated like within sort of the products, semi-related products, but in the end it never really bodes well for most of the people. Like it kind of just like a placeholder type thing. Like even with Andrade, like when I look at, I think we're at the point now where we can assess Andrade's run in WWE so far. Like he's been back since January. He ain't really done much. Like he had he had the WrestleMania match, you know what I'm saying, which is cool. And you know, he had this little brief thing with Legado del Fantasma, and he was mixed up in, you know, with the LWO and stuff like that. But for the most part, it hasn't been like anything of like that much substance. And then I think about like the back end of his like AEW run, like he was having matches with Danielson and in the Continental Classic.
Yeah,
King,
aren't they saying he's complaining about his WWE stuff now? I don't know if it's true.
So he did tweet. So what happened was somebody had posted a tweet about like, why does I can't remember if the person who tweeted it said, why is Andrade, or why does a lot of the Latinos, but it was one of those, and it was like, why does Triple H have a lot of always going back and forth with Latinos on television? And Andrade had commented under, he was like, I know, like why, like with all exclamation marks, like basically saying he agrees.
Thank you for that clarification.
Andrade's sick of playing conference games too.
So here's the thing, like, and I saw this coming with Andrade, poor Andrade. I saw it coming. You know, you're not gonna be in any better position in WWE. You'll be closer to your wife if that's what you want. But if you're going to WWE thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna be mixing it up with Cody Rhodes, or you know, or that just was never gonna happen. You know.
Brothers, you and Rey Mysterio next week. Carlito.
Yeah, and the problem is when you do stuff like this, when you start getting on these social media, like retweeting and complaining shit, or liking tweets and stuff like that, what it does to you is when you have to go back to the other company, your value isn't what it was when you were already there. You know. Because now the other company knows that if you go to WWE, this is what they're going to do to you. That's why I'm always wary about people that just think the grass is greener elsewhere, where like if their ambition is that high. If you're someone like a Bryanson, I'm even going to say Ricochet. I think Ricochet just wants to wrestle. I don't think he's like going to AEW thinking he's beating Swerve for the title in a month. I think Andrade, I really do believe he thought he was going to go to WWE and be mixing it up with main eventers, and that just wasn't going to happen. And that's the problem with wrestling too, is the fact that they've got their Latinx quota. They think they've hit it. So like, and I think they look at Andrade as like, look, man, we've already got, you know, Rey Mysterio and Damian Priest and, you know, all these guys. we don't necessarily need you at the moment, you know?
Yeah, but like, so hey, Ray, I wanted to get your take on the Ricochet ordeal going on right now. You know, of course, like it's always got to mention the idea of him staying, but it seems like he's on his way out. Like, what was your initial thoughts when you saw that he was the report that he intends to leave WWE and, you know, gave notice and stuff like that, and like, well, also, like, what do you think about the possibility of him landing in AEW? And, you know, I'm pretty sure he's gonna work indie dates. He probably gonna do a couple here and there. Probably maybe go back to New Japan. You know, and, you know, whatever else may lie out there for Ricochet. But what was sort of the gist of your thoughts when you saw the initial news about him exiting WWE?
Well, first off, I just thought it again. This is why it's always good to have more than one huge company, huge
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, huge corporation who's monopolizing, because you have those choices for wrestlers to go out there and they go ahead and pick their spots, so wherever they can go and they can work the market and work both bigger companies in order to get a contract that they see that's better for them or better suited for them. So good for him. At first I was like, yeah, good for him to at least test the market. There are some good conversations going on in the chat, by the way, over this. As far as like if he does actually go, if he actually does go to AEW, then what's going to really be in the cards for him? We got. Here we go.
He said, M. Darius says, unfortunately, they'll put Ricochet in the mid card with all the other flippy guys.
I mean, he's in the mid card of WWE, so like that's not an argument against it. I mean, that's like, what he's doing.
So my thing, like when I look at a talent like Ricochet, it's you go ahead, Ray. You put up another comment. He said, "I'm a bit over everyone just saying."
Well, I was going to say,
I know you go ahead, Ray. You go ahead, Ray.
Well, I was just going to say I was kind of bringing these two comments of as kind of like counterpoints to one another, because on the one hand, they probably are going to stick him in like either a TNT title position where he's going up against like all the other flippy guys, but then again, like James is saying, the mid card isn't a death sentence. Like we're seeing guys like Aleister Black who are kind of making their names, even though we want them to be in like higher positions within the company, they're still taking advantage of the time that they have. Guys like Aleister Black, guys like the Acclaimed, who are still making their presence known, even though it's not as loud as it was maybe a year ago or a year and a half ago, who are still in it and who are still making money, who are still selling merch, who are still coming out here and being relevant, even though they're not in the main card position.
Hey, can you pull up
which one?
Comment again, Ray, please? Yeah, he said he said, I'm a bit over everyone just saying the mid card like it's a death sentence. There's only so many top guys. The mid card is
exactly
career and good money. I agree.
Yeah,
that's kind of my thinking as well. Like I never like when like a mid card position is always like talked down on and stuff like that, because it's always a valuable position. Everybody can't be a top guy in a professional wrestling company. Otherwise, like a top guy or a top woman, like the top person, regardless of gender, you can't. Everybody can't be in that position.
Yeah,
and you need people. Like, again, this is just like off the top of my head. Like, you need individuals like on AEW side. You need individuals like a Arya Daivari and a Tony Nese who you can slap them in and out of different positions, but also you can have them take pins and take losses without it necessarily hurting them. And also it's because of the position they're in, but also you can just if you need to feature them, you can do that. But if you need them to come in and take a loss, you can do that. You need the WWE side like a Chelsea Green who can consistently take losses and it really doesn't impact her at all. And then also,
excuse me, brother, I believe you meant to say Chelsea Green. Continue.
And I've got to make some clarification on my mid card, because I always make comments on this about WWE. I do not like in WWE where guys who've made it to the main event seed get put back in the mid card scene. I think that is kind of like my issue.
like what you're saying is like you don't have an issue with the mid card, but it's like when top guys get put in that position, there's like no sign of them ever getting back to the
that's stuff that because I think people sometimes misunderstand me when I complain about mid carders in WWE, like Kofi Kingston, and it's just funny to me that he's
talk to him, Chris.
Kingston and Bobby Lashley, like who's the white guy besides Dolph Ziggler maybe that like gets to the main event in WWE, and then it's just they magically find themselves in mid-card nothing storylines, you know. That's always my complaint. But like Andrew was saying, there's only so many main event spots. So if you're in a mid-card spot, I think if you're in a strong mid-card spot, what it does is it at least says there might be a chance you could be a main eventer. Maybe not right now, but in a year or so, right? Like you could bubble-ate and possibly get to that point. Like with LA Knight, the fact that LA Knight isn't he's main evented, and they're keeping him relevant by having him in a few.
He's still in the mix, and he's still over.
Right, he's still being in the mix is a good thing. He's not in a bad spot. He's not in the spot that he was before, all like CM Punk and all those guys who went back. But he's okay, you know. I think in AEW with Ricochet, and I heard like the thing, even with him not being there, Samantha. I mean, like that's called a job, you know. Like I don't my
Chris,
wife.
The fact that people think that Samantha is just going to dip or Ricochet is going to make her leave. It's like
right,
bro. Like
like how many times a week does he have to be on the road with AEW?
You got Dynamite and you got Collision, and then you got
like maybe 3 nights a week. You know, like he'll be fine. Their marriage will be fine. If they were gonna break up, it won't be because he's going to AEW. And people like these wrestling fans like get on my nerves with that. This isn't like a WCW schedule where you're on the road. In WWE, you're on the road like 300 days a year, and then WCW are like 280 days a year. AEW is a significantly like more relaxed schedule, at least for the time being, you know.
Can I add something real quick? While I do agree with y'all that it's not a death sentence if he's on the mid card. On the other hand, though, if he's up here jumping the line over brothers like Ricky Starks, who hasn't been on and through an interview said he's not hurt, like if he's jumping over guys like Scorpio Sky, and we've been talking about the booking of brothers of color for AEW, or you guys have been doing that for like the last 2-3 years.
Well, let's handle Starks first. Starks might be on his way out, you know.
So with Ricky, I was kind of thinking of that similar vein that he probably, because I know that I'm glad Ray brought up that interview, because I had wanted to I think on the last month's podcast I had wanted to talk about that, but that slipped my mind because there was so much stuff going on. But I remember that interview he did, and he had said that like he wasn't injured, like nothing's wrong, like it was just a matter of like, you know, he just waiting to be called on television. I remember Tony Khan had been asked about it, and he gave his like usual Tony Khan answer. He was like, "Oh, I would love to have Ricky Starks on there." I'm like, "Bro, you are the booker, right?"
Right.
If you wanted Ricky,
if there was anything I could do to get Ricky on these shows, Andrew, I would love to have Ricky on my show.
I'm gonna defend Tony Khan on this regard. He isn't a contract year right now, though. Like,
but see, this is the thing about about those type of scenarios, though. Like, I do believe that Tony, or maybe those involved in that higher infrastructure of AEW, may think that Ricky is on his way out, so they kind of scaling letting his deal run out, or like or whatever the situation may be. Like I haven't like read any like reports about anything, and Ricky has addressed it himself, so I don't think there's anything to come of it. But like I think it's just like just black and white. That's just what it is. Like it's just
it's a weird
just,
type.
like,
It's a weird tightrope you got to walk if you're a wrestler, man. It's like,
but like the thing is, like I saw, they was like, that wasn't everybody, but like people was like bringing up that, like, you know, Ricky was like going to WrestleMania and like going to the Royal Rumble and support Cody and X, Y, and Z. And Ricky's like said in interviews, you know, like that's like Cody gave me a lot.
I'm like, but just still going to the I'd be afraid. I'm just saying, like, if I'm seeing that shit online and I'm Tony Khan,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I do think that there is like another aspect of that where it's like you kind of gotta like watch what you're doing. Like even when like I think about the Punk interview that he did with Helwani when he was like when he showed up at WWE Raw and he was like, somebody from AEW was like, they felt like betrayed when he did that. You know what I'm saying? So like I think you gotta kind of, I mean, but that's kind of what you can even sort of relate that to things outside of pro wrestling in a way. Like,
I mean,
it's like I just think that there is that line, like how Chris talked about. You kind of gotta walk that tightrope a little bit.
But I mean, Tony Khan and them with the fucking "we feel betrayed." Shut the fuck up, man. Like, you know,
it is.
It's not that serious. You don't have to feel betrayed. Jesus Christ, but you do have to be diligent. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't think you should feel betrayed. Understand that I don't think there's anything wrong with Ricky Starks wanting to hit free agency. If he's like, look, I'm going to hit free agency. I'm talking to both of y'all, and I'll see who's got the best thing for me. More wrestlers need to do that, as a matter of fact.
That's what I'm saying. Rhea Ripley was just that, but see, the thing is with Rhea, she like nobody, like, I mean, she wasn't like photographed there or like nothing like that. So like that stuff tends to die down when there's no like picture proof or video proof of you being there. Like that.
The picture proof is a filler. I don't care what anyone says. When you start taking when pictures make it publicly that you are backstage at the other company. Come on, man. What are we supposed to assume?
I think the situation with Ricky was like his was just like how we talked about. His was more of like the stuff, the video and the photos were out there, like him at WrestleMania, like in the press box and at the Royal Rumble when that security footage got leaked. I don't even know how that got out, but the security footage into the venue with Cody. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but see, with Rhea's case, like there's no picture proof that she was there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
and Rhea is also solidly under contract to WWE too. That's a difference.
Thing.
So, Ricochet, from my understanding, he's in a contract year and he's over there hobnobbing with like Tony Khan would be an idiot if he just was like, "Oh, you're talking to me. Let me give you a monster push so you can just go." Like, look at Jade did this to the brother, man. Like Jade wasn't getting a monster push, but she got a crazy win streak, like the most dominant woman in that company. And when it was time to go, she went. You know, her contract ran out, and before she even, it was like before the last episode of Rampage aired with her on it, what's his name from Fightful was Sean Ross Sapp was already saying, she's I heard she's going to WWE. It's like you gotta, if you're a talent, you gotta understand that the management is gonna be like, they're gonna be a certain way about that, you know. I mean, that's business right there.
So lastly on this Ricochet, before we move on to our next topic, like I'll just say, like, I think everybody knows the caliber of wrestler that Ricochet is. Like when he got it like turned on, and I mean he always had it turned on, but I'm talking about like when you can tell when people are extremely motivated. And I think he's motivated, but like you can tell when somebody kind of got like that, not to be cliche, but like that fire in their eyes, if you will, or that violin under them. And I think that a fresh scenery is needed for Ricochet. I think that him going back to WWE it will be a temporary fix. I think that he just needs a new coat of paint and a new set of opponents and a new just overlay. And I also think it'll be good for him because it'll be able to restore some of that that vibe that he had when he first came in. Like I remember when he debuted at what was that Takeover New Orleans in 2018, and that ladder match, dude, Ricochet was like the hottest thing smoking. Like it was like, I mean, it was a lot of other hot characters in that match when you look back at it, or several hot characters in that match, but Ricochet was like the fresh new thing on the scene. And then you had that nice stretcher, run that nice run in NXT. But like I just look at him, I'm like, I think that him leaving is probably best for his just to give him a new coat of paint, like I said. And I think that he'll do a couple of independent matches, and I think ultimately he'll land in AEW. I think I saw the PW Insider Elite report on the Elite section of the website when it was like the belief that his contract is going to be up in July, and that, I mean, I would assume that you would go Ricochet versus Ospreay at All In.
Okay.
For the international title. Like I would assume that would be the way to go. That's if Ospreay still has the title by then. We got to hold 2 months before that happens. And I mean, I would be like very interested to see how they sort of follow up on that match that they had in the infamous match that they had on New Japan, where both of them are like more mature as wrestlers, and like I'm pretty sure they have like a different mentality as to how they approach their matches, and it's not all just how can we ooh and ah. It's like I'm pretty sure it'll be more like psychology wrapped into it. And it was psychology in that match, but like the sort of high spots always get promoted and pointed out. But like I think more than that, like with their two brains, wrestling brains having evolved from as most would do over that course of time, I think it'll be a more intriguing matchup to see how they are as wrestlers now. So I think that Ricochet going to AEW would be a nice battle. I don't think he'd be world champion, but I can definitely see him being international TNT. But I mean, again, you never know. Like he might get to AEW.
You want to be a world champion? Come to TNA, brother. Come to TNA.
But you want to know the thing is, I think that I think that there is always a possibility of like sort of a match getting lit, and that, I mean like a proverbial proverbial, not an actual match, like a proverbial match getting lit, and like then Ricochet and an idea might pop off, and then he might get catapulted to that point. Like you just never know what's gonna happen. But I do think that this is the best case scenario for Ricochet,
and he's not gonna be used as fodder to get other guys over.
He's not, and the thing is, I think that just with Tony Khan, I don't think that he'll bring Ricochet in just to be another piece. Like he's not gonna be paying dude X, Y, and Z just to be like, hey man, like we're gonna put you on whatever. Like I think that he'll be in. I think it'll be similar to what Ospreay's introduction was. Like this is formal introduction as an official member of the AEW roster. Like came in, had a banger match in the pay-per-view. Y'all will see Will Ospreay again this Wednesday main event, and I think it'll be the same thing for Ricochet. He'll come in, he'll debut. Like honestly, I mean, I don't think because again going back to the report, like his contract's not gonna be up until July. That's the belief. So I mean, I can see him, debuting at one of them. Whatever pay-per-views or whatever specials happen around that time, and then they'll sort of they'll give them like the slate of showcase matches to just further highlight Ricochet. But I think the pushback that a lot of people have is like, okay, he does that, and how do we prevent Ricochet from just becoming like another piece of the roster? But I think that for most people, that's always not most, but like it fluctuates, and everybody has those moments like where they just like, okay, you're the hot thing, and then you're not the hot thing, and then you'll get revisited, and then maybe you'll be the hot thing again, maybe you won't. But I just can't see a world where Ricochet goes there and they sign him, and then like he isn't prominently featured. Like even if he isn't doing something that's like extravagant, he'll be used on a consistent basis. So
and I think Meltzer said he was looking at a 7-figure contract wherever he signed. So I mean, like he could be like, and he could pull like a Matt Cardona and just be like, well, I'm just gonna be like a wandering samurai, like Jules from Pulp Fiction. I'm just gonna wander the earth. I don't think he's. I'm gonna say I don't think he's at that stage in his life where he's gonna be
like going indie to indie, and
I don't think he's doing that.
But see, the thing is, like I can see, like this, like Ricochet, him going to AEW, that's an automatic connect to New Japan. I mean, I'm pretty sure you already have to connect to New Japan. The time he spent there, but like,
I can see him doing stuff like that.
You know what I'm saying?
I can see him wrestling for Yeah, wrestling
like
for
the New Japan
AEW.
Strong, and you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying, he'll do those shows.
Yeah,
And
I don't
Wrestle
see
Pikachu,
him
man.
playing games on the indies. I don't see that shit. I don't see him being like collecting action figures and wrestling for GCW, and I just don't see that with that brother. I see him.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
I do think he'll do one match for GCW. I
I
think he'll do
can
one match.
see him doing a
and-
match, but he's gonna have the AEW.
Yeah, he going
ties to him,
back to
yeah.
television though. But like
Yeah,
I definitely think he's gonna do at least I'm gonna say 2 to 3 indie dates. Like because I remember when Roderick Strong got signed, like he did like I think Roderick Strong went back to PWG when they had their show, and I know he did Prestige wrestling, and like he did like I think Ricochet would do like the sort of prominent independent shows, and like then he'll go back to television. But
and they have
thing too, Chris.
And
just
they have
because-
go ahead, right? Go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say it. To me, it's also a good thing because you got to realize he's been working in this style for a little minute.
Yeah.
He got to get, like Drake said, he got to get the exercise. He got to get the pin back out there.
Right,
So you know what I'm saying. So I would rather see, like you say, nephew, him do 3 or 4 indie dates just to kind of, you know what I'm saying. Like if you ain't balled out like you used to ball out for like 6-7 years, you can't just jump back into balling out like that. It don't work like that, particularly the older you get, and so I wouldn't mind seeing him do some indie dates.
Yeah, I think he'll do some indie dates. I just think it's going to be attached to AEW, and also AEW has incentive for wanting to get a guy like Ricochet because the last 4 jumps we've seen have been AEW. 4 or 5 people been AEW people jumping to WWE. We need to get some traffic going the other way. You got Mercedes at the beginning of the year, but you can't really even count her because she was already gone from WWE for a couple years. Ricochet this year is probably the only person to make the jump from WWE to AEW. So I know Tony Khan wants to get some of that momentum back, Yeah.
So we got our Ricochet conversation in, but as we're recording this, fellas, it is June 16th. On June 15th, WWE was in Scotland, and they presented their Clash at the Castle Premium Live event from the OVO Hydro. My dumb ass kept saying OVO Hydro.
OVO.
And we're still. I'm monitoring the TikTok page. We need you to add that. Ray, if you could get the banner going across the screen. KOS_pod. Follow us on TikTok, yo.
Yeah, Ray about to be doing them new TikTok, man. So matter of fact, hey Ray, Ray gonna be in the Lexus playing some big timers. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, you see my man Ray.
Stop.
$1 million Ray. Hell no.
I know Ray tired of us, bro. He's tired of us.
Ray looking to get a trade like Ray like Ricky Starks in these streets. When can I leave?
We're gonna see that report on Pro Wrestling. Ray Williams enters free agency, intends to leave NWA. Shout out to Ray, man, producer Ray. Shout out, go follow that TikTok. Ray, show the shirt one time, brother. Show the shirt. Show that merch. Show that merch. Chop tees. Yeah. The Nubian Wrestling Advocate.
That's that new hotness, the baseball tee available right now at Chop Tees, chop-tees.com. Post Wrestling, Poison Rana. The Laps fan is now part of the Chop Tees family.
Hey Nate, tell him, man, you order that shirt, you might get it the next day. Like Amazon.
Look, Dickie Bird and the Chop Tees people, they so fast. I ordered this shirt, right? I ordered this shirt on a Tuesday, like around 12 o'clock. I went to sleep. I woke up. This shirt was under my pillow. I don't know how Dickie Bird and Chop Tees did it. I don't know how they broke into my house and put the T-shirt up under my pillow like the Tooth Fairy, but they did it, man. Chop-tees.com. Dickie Bird and them. Great quality, great price, man. They get it to you fast. It's environmentally friendly.
Man, and you know what? and it come with a McDonald's gift card if you order something. There you go. Go ahead get that. Get you a little snack wrap and a McGriddle.
see now Dickie gonna shut us down.
Dickie said we went too far with that one.
Advertising, brother. I don't know if we got McDonald's over here in Australia, brother. You can't be putting those promises on me.
No, they call it Mackers over there.
Mackers?
Mackers. That's what they call it. Mackers. They call McDonald's Mackers. But like we had the Clash at the Castle Scotland show. We ain't got to run down the whole card, but like we can just talk about some of the highlights. Of course, the opening match of the night, Cody Rhodes defeated AJ Styles in the Aqua match to retain the undisputed WWE Championship. Cody Rhodes' mother was ringside. She slapped AJ a couple of times, had a couple of like verbal interactions with her, and the match ended with Cody had AJ handcuffed to the ropes and was beating him with a chair, and then Cody was like, "This ain't working," so he went and got the ring steps, and AJ saw that and was like, "I quit." It was over. so that was the match. Of course, like we had talked about before we started recording, this rematch came about when AJ pulled a Mark Henry. He faked his retirement to get a championship match, and he lost. And now we're at the point where I've always had like mixed feelings about wrestlers going as far, because it's just a character thing. It's like, okay, you just faked your retirement to get another title match, you lost. So like, what do you do? Like, how do you go? You just show up back to TV and it's like, hey guys, like, what do you do as like a character? But I'm interested to see it. And then we're gonna talk about the upcoming non-WWE appearance that AJ has in a little bit. Of course, we have the Unholy Union, Alba Fire and Aladon. They won the WWE. Yeah, look at Diggy Bird. He know getting Brecky at Macca's is the best. He know that's a good man right there, folks. He know what I'm talking about. See, hey Diggy Bird, I'm up on my Australia lingo, brother. Told you. We had Scotland's own Alba Fire and Aladon. They defeated Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill and Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark to win the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. Nate, I just wanted to get your quick comment on this. Alba Fire, like I think we all probably know at this point. This past May, her mother passed away while she was visiting her in Florida, and she had it's kind of it's graphic, but it's not like her mother got struck by a vehicle while she was walking with her father. And that her family was ringside when she won the title, and that was a very sentimental moment. And then at the press conference, when Paul Levesque, Triple H was talking about the match, he was like, he like made it a point to mention that they didn't win the title because of that. Yeah, but it didn't have anything to do with that. Like I don't necessarily think it's a big talking point, but like I just wanted to sort of get your thoughts about like that. Him going. I can't really remember if he went out of his way to mention that, but like I think that it was something that was sitting on his mind that was like people thought that happened simply because of the tragedy. And her and Ala are from Scotland, but like it was just like some he was like, and I just wanted to make sure and mention to you guys that this didn't happen because of her family situation that went down.
I don't see why it would be such a bad thing if it did happen.
That was
like Jesus Christ, man. Hey.
Yeah.
I think that wasn't the first thought that popped into my mind when they won. The first thought that popped into my mind when they won was, we gotta get somebody from Scotland to win, because we know them other two ain't winning. We gotta give something to the home team here.
Yeah, that was my thought. Exactly what Nate said.
But like in all seriousness, like salute to Alba and her family, man. Like nobody. You wouldn't wish that on nobody, man.
No.
I say Nate, that was 4 weeks ago, dog. When that happened. That was 4 weeks ago. Yeah.
And you don't know like the kind of like trauma that like lasting trauma that's gonna put on somebody. So thoughts and prayers out to her and her family. I think so from that perspective, nephew, from the perspective of everything that has happened to her recently, and then also like we got to get one for the home team. I get it, and I thought it was a cool moment when they won. Like it was dope. From the perspective of this television program, though, I thought it was kind of like, I don't know. Like, I like the Unholy Union. Like, I think Alba's dope. I think Isla. I love me some Isla. She reminds me, and I'm bringing it back to the WNBA. She reminds me of Camila Cardoso from my Chicago Sky. because she's just crazy. Like if you've seen Camila Cardoso on these TikToks, KOS_POD, follow us on TikTok, by the way. If you see Camila Cardoso on these TikToks, it was one day last week, Ray, during an off game where she was like, hey guys, I just wanted to show you my new tattoo. And I'm thinking she's gonna show us a tattoo that she just got or whatever. She brings out a needle and starts tattooing a little heart on her wrist. And I'm like, Camila Cardoso,
herself?
Why are you doing this? Like you just came off of being injured. You can hit a vein or artery or something. You might get an infection. Girl, you crazy. And that's the kind of vibe I get from Isla Dawn. Like, I don't know what this chick about to do, but I'm just gonna watch it because it's gonna be entertaining and chaotic. So from that standpoint, like I like the team. I just don't feel like they did enough from a storyline perspective, outside of Scotland to make the switch. You mean
like the build up to it.
Right, like that, like they really have not focused. And obviously, given what's been going on with Alba and her family, Alba and her family, like you get it why like they haven't been this prominent thing on TV the last month or so. But it's like this felt out of nowhere. Like I feel like this would have been a better moment if Clash at the Castle happened next month, and we would have had another month to tell this story. But it was a cool moment. I feel bad for our good sisters Jade and Bianca, man, and to the people out there that's going hard on Jade for a flub that anybody could have done in that moment. We saw people have issues with those ropes that night, man. Y'all are about as I'm trying to put this in a. I'm like Drake right now, Ray. I'm trying to keep it PG. I'm just really trying to keep this PG. I think like you are oblivious to the point. That I'll say it like that. Like you like Dave Portnoy talking about Angel Reese. You're not seeing what's really going on. It was a mistake, and it happens. And she, to her credit, she got up. They finished the match. It wasn't the greatest women's tag team match I've ever seen, but it was cool for what it was, and the audience was into it. And so I'm happy for Alba and for Isla. I just wish storyline wise, nephew, that it made a little bit more sense.
Yeah. Hey, Ray, let me ask you this just to piggyback on what Nate was saying. So as far as Jade and Bianca losing the titles, do you think this is the kickoff point to to maybe some dissension between the two, or do you think they just sort of push forward? Like just from your own personal opinion, not based on what you see from the story, but just what you think will happen next. Would this be the kickoff point to some type of dissension between those two, or do you think that they'll just push forward as a tag team and they'll continue going after the tag team titles or continue with their alliance, their on-screen alliance?
I think they're going to continue with the alliance because I think it's just a one-time thing. First of all, to kind of piggyback from what Nate was saying, like you drafted the Unholy Union to Raw like last year, like a year and a half ago, and you ain't do nothing with these ladies until now, and now all of a sudden, like they did. I believe they deserved it because like they were such a great team back in NXT, and even before they became a team, they had a decent little rivalry going on with one another. So I think
that NXT UK, but Katie Ray, she held that belt for like 2 years though. She was NXT UK Women's Champion for 2 years. Yeah, go ahead, Ray. My bad, I didn't cut you off, bro.
Oh, you good. But yeah, I think that they do deserve it. And I think that I'm in agreement with you guys that since they are in Scotland, I think that was just the main thing. And like you said, Nate, you already know that those top two that they ain't getting it. They ain't getting their straps. So we gotta leave. We gotta at least start off.
We can't go 0-3, dog.
Yeah. Right. So as far as Jade and Bianca go, I think they were kind of sowing the seeds early. I think it might have been what was that show a couple months ago where I guess Bianca it was before King and Queen of the Ring. Oh no, I think it was King and Queen of the Ring where right before I think Bianca had gotten her knee jacked up, and then but Jay was still trying to say, oh yeah, the next night we'll take you guys on. I think they were talking about what's my girl, the Poison Pixie and
Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell.
Hartwell, yeah, and Jay was like, we'll still take y'all on. And it was like Bianca was like, what you talking about? My leg is literally broken right now. And so I think they were kind of sowing the seeds, but then they kind of put that in the back burner once they won that. And so, but I think it is I think it's too soon to kind of break them up. And I do think that they're going to get this. I think they're going to get the belts back. I just think they want to let Isla and Alba Cook right now, especially since they were in their home country. But I think they're going to get it, especially knowing with that women's tag belt, you know, you can go back and forth with it. I think they said, I think they said the longest it's been held was like 70 days or something, like 80 days. So it could go back and forth. So, and I think Bianca and Jay could have, like, you know, John Cena with his 16 championships, like going back and forth. He could lose it. He could lose it like 3 times and get it right back. Like a Stone Cold, he could lose it a couple times and get it right back.
And credit to them too, Ray, because they really solidified this women's tag team division because it was a hot damn mess. Before they put the belts on them. I mean, it's still a hot. It's a hot mess, but it used to be a hot damn mess, Andrew. They took the damn out of it because they solidified it, brother.
They took the damn out of it. But, so we. You were Ray.
No, you're good. I didn't have much else to say. I just think, I think it's too early to break them up right now. I think you still want to kind of have them continue to build that relationship up so that it means something when you do break up. And we got a super chat from brother.
Let's
Will.
get into this.
Will Chisholm, he said, I got to ask y'all how y'all feel about Cody being asked as he coming to the cookout, brother.
Oh yeah,
them stealing our shit. Yeah.
First of all, shout out to you, Will. Salute for the super chat. But yeah, as Chris said, man, we didn't invent the idea of the cookout, Andrew. That's a cultural thing. But I will say, brother, since episode 1 here on Post Wrestling, damn near 2 years ago, that was the first segment we did, or one of the first segments we did. Who's invited to the wrestling cookout? And if you're watching Brian Alvarez, the cookout is not an actual physical cookout, brother. It is more of a metaphysical exercise where we say, are you invited into the culture by coming to the cookout? I just wanted to get that straight for you, my brother. We respect you, man. We just don't want you to be on these streets spouting misinformation. But nephew, I feel like we was kind of one of the ones that kind of brought that to the forefront of this conversation, my man.
So with this particular conversation, I think it's like, so when we was doing that whole thing, it was more so like just like a jokey joke, just having fun, whatever type deal. But like this is like turned into, and again, I by no stretch of the imagination think that this was like derived from us. I don't.
I 100% think it is.
Pay us, Triple H.
I think
subscribe to the Patreon, Triple H.
I would
talking about the phrase. The cookout, like that.
No, that did come from us. No,
the cultural thing, and that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
I'm saying this whole conversation has like taken on like a whole other meaning to it in terms of like it's like like just from the conversations of some of the tweets that I've seen is transition over to inviting others into Black spaces, and like we're not invited to those spaces. Like that's more so the conversation that has like arisen from that Trick Williams and Cody Rhodes segment. He said to quit. I'm not reading that shit.
The answer is no.
I'm not reading that.
He's not getting the big piece of chicken. No, he's not. No.
He can get a good plate, but not the big piece.
Here's the cookout thing, right?
Let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick, and then we can pass it over to Chris. See, y'all. I said we could get out here at 3. I said we could get out here at 3:30.
I told you.
Hey, Ray, 3:50. 3:50. All right, look. This is my thing about those type of conversations. Like I do really agree with that sentiment, and it's not even a sentiment, it's kind of facts that sometimes we're not welcome into spaces, but we're also very welcoming people, and welcoming of a variety of cultures and a variety of different people into our spaces that honestly other cultures and other people do like herald our spaces in terms of like look at what they're doing. That's some cool stuff that they're doing. And like we're always very welcoming, and I think history shows that we're not always the welcome party in these scenarios. So I definitely
in the words of Paul Mooney, nephew, everybody want to be a naysayer, but don't nobody want to be a naysayer.
Like you like it kind of, I mean, to like a more to a more serious degree, it kind of like, especially like in when that whole period in 2020, like when it was like when we were all sort of at home of the pandemic and like the height of like I mean, there have been like multiple heights and whatever, like especially pertaining to the Black Lives Matter movement. Like there've been multiple like times when that has reached a very high level in terms of the reach and getting an abundance of different Black people like just focused on this one injustice that's going on, and specifically going back to 2020. I remember like there was something going on, man. Like it was either Breonna Taylor or George Floyd, or it was another injustice that had like made its way onto the timeline from like years prior. When it was, I remember I saw this one tweet. It was like, and like everybody like loves to be Black until it's time to be Black, and then, like people want to like it was like some along those lines, and like I kind of. So when I saw the Trick Williams segment, bro, it was like I didn't like really think it was like that deep, but at the same time I definitely get why people feel the way they feel, and then like, I definitely understand that aspect of it, because it's like why do we continuously do that when it's not often reciprocated? So
Right.
like it's like this weird thing, man, but like I do think that, you know, just stop doing it, bro. Like, we got to keep doing it. We got to keep doing it.
And but
it's just like he's like over exaggerating. Like, hey, is this person?
Right.
Like,
and I'll say that, Andrew.
Talk about this specifically when it took Cody Rhodes. This is what I want to talk about, because because what I think it was taken from our show. I do.
Get that bag, Chris.
Take our shit if you want to. We'll think of other stuff. But every single time we've talked about the cookout on this show, it's always involved Cody Rhodes. I went back and listened every single time. And I think it's more than a coincidence that Trick just happened to bring this up to Cody Rhodes. Somebody saw this show, and maybe one of them, call me paranoid, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but every time we've talked about when Cody Rhodes first did that shit in the AEW where he was talking about saving the world because he made a mixed baby with Brandy, we did a whole segment about the cookout and Cody Rhodes, and Nate asked the question, is this brother still invited to the cookout? This is something we did on this show. I do want to make that clear, and I appreciate Andrew and the deepness and the critical thought that went into his comments. But this shit right here, these brothers stole from this fucking show. I am convinced of it. Tell me I'm lying.
Chris. Speak on it, Chris.
Because who else? What other black space?
Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Yeah. What other? And I listen to all my brothers, all the shows that do this. Most of the shows, the ones that I know.
All the brothers out there. Well, most.
Who else talks about the cookout as much as we do? Like nobody. And you just happen to bring it up to Cody Rhodes. Of all, you could have chose any other person to talk about the cookout with.
Hey, Trick, you can make it up to us by coming on next month's show.
Hey,
right.
I'm still stuck on Brad asking, do he get the big piece of chicken, bro? Hold on, Brad. Hey, whoever asked that question, we need a face reveal. Hold on. Will Chester said, we know Cody likes to drink the way him and Jey Uso was drunk at that media scrum. It did feel like Trick went off script to pop Cody. I can definitely see Trick like asking you, but you want to know what's funny? I remember an interview Cody did when somebody had asked him if he saw like the memes, so, like him standing next to like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and shit, like you know what I'm saying, like that.
Devontae had a dream. We've been at the forefront of this, nephew.
Yeah, we have been. That's the thing. That's all I'm saying is give us some respect.
Thank you, Brent.
Brent said the truth will come out when somebody calls Cody Devontae.
Yeah, that's already happened. Because Emilio Sparks did that.
If they do that on TV, it's a wrap.
Yeah, Wale Mania. They're, you know, I'm feeling that we're coming close to that, right? And all I'm saying is just recognize the origins of that shit. Because
when y'all see my man Chris at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office.
that's not something the good thing about our show is we don't have to do that.
Technically, if we trademarked it, wouldn't John and Way own it though?
If we trademarked it through like our LLC, NWA Enterprises,
man, we got to put the company card for sale, man.
Right? Yeah. We could call the patent office and get that done. But like, that's the thing. We don't need to do that. We are creative on this show. We could come up with other things. Mm-hmm. You know, we could do that. I'm just saying, I didn't think that shit was a coincidence. I really didn't. I think somebody heard this. Again, it's not that it happened. If they would have sent it with some random white guy, I'd have been like,
Lexus King.
Yeah, Lexus King. I'd have been like, okay, whatever. Yeah.
The answer is no.
Talk about Lexus King.
Yeah. If they'd have done it with Lexus King.
Chris, because you want to know something? Like I wouldn't rule that out at all. Like, I mean, maybe a creative person heard it, like somebody that's creative or a producer, or you know what I'm saying. But you like, this is what I say about anything like anybody does in the podcasting or writing space, wrestling writing space. But you never know who's listening to you, dog. Mm-hmm. Like you never know.
Look, Booker T has called me out a few times, and I've never directly tweeted to Booker T. Like, I'm thinking he's vanity searching his name and just seeing, who's talking about me today on Twitter.
Chris, you had a little verbal swap with MVP, didn't you?
MVP too.
Yep.
MVP. I've had go rounds with him.
I got threatened by your guy, Mark Madden threatened me with legal action one time for a damn podcast.
Yeah,
damn Mark Madden.
What's the
Mark Madden? All right, man. Yeah, whatever. Mark Madden.
What's the super chat?
T. Anthony said so. Cody didn't end racism. Damn, I thought we had a dream.
Right. Yeah.
But see, going back to this overall topic, like there is a deeper discussion always to be had in regards to these things. But like, I mean, it was just like I kind of that super chat comment that Ray pulled up when it was like the dude said that Trick probably just threw that shit in there just to see if he could pop Cody. Like, now that we're like days removed from it, like it's always like the benefit of hindsight when you get to think about things and stuff like that. That does seem like something that Trick will probably do just to be like, I saw that funny shit on. Maybe he saw it on Twitter. Maybe he saw it on the NWA pod. Like, wherever he saw that, he probably was like, let me throw this shit in there real quick to see what kind of reaction I can get.
The NWA pod is where he saw that, but I'm not letting that go. I'm not gonna give him the benefit of maybe he saw it somewhere else. He saw it on the NWA podcast, or someone told him it came from the NWA pod.
Proper credit.
I'm not letting that go. But go ahead.
Hey, Ray, let me retract my statement. When Trick saw it or he heard it via the NWA pod.
Thank you.
Real quick though, Andrew, because I also want to hear Ray chime in on this. But I think to the points that you were making. I do think there is a point where a joke or something funny within a culture and people kind of adjacent to that culture, like when it kind of spreads to the mainstream, sometimes the joke is less funny or not funny at all after it gets to the mainstream. And I think as much as I'm one of the chief Cody Devontae Rhodes supporters on these streets, but even I'll see some of these tweets from people who are either not in the culture or not affiliated with the culture. And I'm that's just corny.
That's not.
I agree.
Nate said it best. There we go. Hey, Ray, do you got anything to add, or you ready to get to the?
Well, I was going to add real quick that I do, and Andrew, you did so eloquently describe it from your perspective as far as like, but is Cody going to be inviting Trick to the boardroom? Is Cody going to be inviting Trick to the country club? Is it reciprocal? Is like you said, it's like we can we're so inviting with our spaces, but are you doing the same in your space?
I think Cody might be a member of the Gathering Spot. If y'all don't know about the Gathering Spot, that's like a black country club thing.
Really?
They got one in Washington, D.C., so they got one in the DMV. They got one in Atlanta. They got one in L.A. It's called the Gathering Spot. It costs $2,000 a year to join. Okay. And Cody might be a member of that place.
I can see that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, but that's from us though, right?
Right. Yeah. I think Cody's. I don't know how entrenched Cody is still in the white culture. I think he might have given up his.
He got traded.
I think he.
Because I know what you're talking about. You the Gathering Spot. That's like a It's like a club in the city, and it's like it's like just a chill spot for like black folks to hang out. Like they do like game nights and
The question is, can Devontae play spades? Does Cody know how to play spades?
Right, yeah. Or just like I play spades or dominoes. Spades, dominoes.
Hey, bro, you wanna know? I remember when I used to go with my grandmother's, and she lived in this like home for like old folks and stuff like that. I used to this when I was younger. I remember all her friends, they was like older women. I used to sit down with them and play dominoes, and they taught me how to play. But I haven't played dominoes in so long. But I feel like if I did it, I would remember. Because I had like vivid memories of like sitting down with my grandmother and them fucking going at it. They was smacking the shit on the table. I'm like, hey Nate, bro. I'm like 6-7 years old, dog. I'm like, but they like serious in this junk. Like they was not fucking around with it.
Got their own custom made domino kit.
Just like with spades.
Like but they have like the big screen up, like the what's the name? They had their movies playing and shit like that, bro.
Right,
like,
yeah.
Those were fun days. So,
dominoes, spades, dice. Just shooting dice, like that kind of stuff.
That's the real question. When Cody was growing up, did Dusty teach him? Like, look here, Cody, you can't be reneging on these streets, baby. They gonna cut you if you will. How many books you got there, Cody?
T. Anthony says, so what you guys are saying, the dream is still alive. Nah, but the NWA podcast is alive, my brother. We always alive. I'm still surprised that fans gave Roma a pass when he said the N-word on Roma.
Roman Reigns.
Roman? Oh, Roman.
This must be crazy.
When did that happen? When did that happen?
I forgot that. Yeah, I forgot that happened.
I think I remember that too.
It might have happened like when John Cena came back for that
it was 2 years ago.
For that run for SummerSlam.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think he was like, I need 3 seconds.
Hey, Ray, you was right the first time. It was Seth Rollins, February 2022.
Seth Rollins.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It was Seth Rollins. Yep, it was Seth. Roman.
That was something, man. I was like, they let him get away with that on TV.
He slid. Roman went ahead and slid that in.
Yeah,
but you want to know what's so crazy? You could tell when people say it, like, and I'm talking about people that are not black. You can tell when they say that consistently. Like, it's just that they try to like reverberate that throughout their vocabulary, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, we can sit here and talk about it, but like, it ain't shit I could do to Roman Reigns. So I mean, like, you know what I'm saying?
And look, the Samoans are like half cousins, so we let him slide a little bit.
You say you giving Roman a little bit more leeway than Tiffany Stratton?
A lot more leeway.
We ain't never let slide, man.
Man, Elon Musk, you ain't slick hiding these likes because these wrestlers finna be going ham on these streets.
When I say he just saved so many wrestlers' careers from some of the dumb stuff that they like into Lord and mercy. I mean, from some
Nikita Lyons was twerking for joy, nephew.
Wasn't she doing that with that Trump song?
With the Trump rapper.
Jesus fucking Christ.
MAGA V Stallion.
All right, bro.
Real alt-right shit.
So we, see, you see,
Get us back on track, nephew.
I say, Brett, see, y'all see why the NWA podcast be so long, bro.
Get us back on track, dog.
Hey, Chris, I wanted to kick it over to you for this conversation because this was something we talked about all day. So we got back in the Clash of the Castle. Sami Zayn defeated Chad Gable to retain the Intercontinental title. Chad Gable has had multiple Intercontinental title shots. He has lost all of them, and now it appears that we're now going to be hitting that breaking point for Chad. And he's been saying that there have been backstage segments dating back to May, and him talking to the Creed brothers and Ivy Now. A lot of people are speculating that it'll lead to the faction between those group of individuals, and he'll end up dumping Alpha Academy. Chad Gable did just re-sign with WWE. He announced that while speaking to Gorilla Position at the Clash of the Castle media scrum, and they sat down with him. Chris, before we get into Chad's future with WWE, in terms of storyline wise, what did you make of him opting to resign with the company, and sort of the sentiments that you made before we were talking off air, the ones that I very much did agree with your points that you made about Chad choosing to resign opposed to going elsewhere?
Yeah, I think like I said, if he goes to AEW, he'll be in the same position, and his position in WWE is a good position right now. Mm-hmm. It's not like, they have him lose and stuff, but he's on television regularly. I think people know the name Chad Gable. He could go to AEW. He'd probably have to use his birth name. And he's not going to be positioned any better than he is right now. I mean, unless Tony Khan was like, look, man, we want to bring you in and instantly put you in the main event. There's no reason for him to resign, or to leave WWE and go to AEW, because I think the, spot he's in WWE is pretty sweet. He's probably making really good money. He's on television all the time. And AEW, I just see more of the same for him. I don't see it being like a situation where they just instantly want to give him a world championship or anything like that,
Yeah, like I'm very much like the same thing, and I think that Chad has the reason the screen's still on Chris, Ray has stepped away for a little bit, had some business. But,
Ray out there negotiating with other podcasts.
Yeah, Ray out there making sure that Lex is still out there using that company car. We about to revoke him.
Ray talking to other shows like, I was the one that came up with that Cookout idea.
Right? Yeah.
But Nate, sort of with Chad Gable, like I think that this was the best choice for him, because I feel like there is a clear direction for, like, it's clear that this is leading to some type of alliance with the Creeds, and possibly Ivy Now being included in that. And when Chad did the interview with Gorilla Position, he said that Triple H delivered on all of the promises that he made to him. Like, so that's another big thing. I mean, like, you would think one of those promises would be like, at some point you're gonna win the Intercontinental title, but I think that's gonna come. Like, it's probably gonna happen that Money in the Bank. Like I had said, like even though he lost, like I was like, well, maybe the thinking behind it from a creative standpoint is that, okay, maybe it'll be more effective for Chad to take the title from Sammy in Sammy's home country of Canada at Money in the Bank. Like, maybe it'll be that more effective, and then you'll have these extra 3 weeks to tell the story of him forming this thing with the Creeds, and then dumping Akira Tozawa, Maxine Dupree, and Otis. Because I'm like, this is the second time I've seen Otis like where this dude is like on in this specific position, and like the crowd is like fully behind him. So it's kind of crazy to see him in that, and it'll be interesting to see like how they sort of go about presenting Otis after this is like this move to the wayside. But they just your thoughts about Gable losing this Intercontinental title match, and him re-signing with WWE, and sort of the path that could come for Chad, and his reasoning for saying that he re-signed, that all the promises that were made to him were delivered upon, so he opted to stay with the company opposed to going elsewhere.
To me, it's the smart move. Like, I agree with Chris. Like, unless you're getting the sweetheart deal from TK, like, why would you leave? Because you got to look like this dude, Chad Gable, had a great run with Jason Jordan in NXT as Alpha Academy, American Alpha. And then, you know, he kind of floundered for a minute. You know, he was like, you got to think, this dude overcame Shorty G.
Yeah, for real.
This dude overcame Shorty G to get to the spot where he is now. And Alpha Academy, like, not to take anything away from him, because Otis and Gable had a really great tag team run, probably an unexpectedly great tag team run, like when they just kind of threw them dudes together. You know, it kind of got watered down with Tozawa and Maxine, no offense, but, you know, they even then, like, they still served a decent mid-card role. He had some flashes where we saw him going up against Gunther, Slim Walt on these streets. And so it's like obviously, like to Chris's point earlier about the mid-card, like all mid-carders are not created equally, and being a mid-carder is not a death sentence. You know, I feel like there's one thing to being in the mid-card and just being aimless or just being the job guy or the job girl. But if you're in the mid-card and they've consistently gotten stories for you, like just thinking about Alpha Academy, like we had the whole deal with the Viking Raiders, you know, a year ago. You know, we had they were always
about to say, hey, Nate, look at Chelsea Green. She always losing, but she always in some type of story.
Exact right. That's the bigger thing. Where, you know, not just wins and losses, but do they have a plan in place for you? And we see they've got a plan in place for Gable. Like, I love the idea of him. You know, he's out here like, you know what, y'all is cool, but these Creed boys, built a little bit different, dog. Yeah, like you know, he's pulling a Nick Saban or a Deion Sanders. He's like, you know what, he. Like the swag is cool, but Colorado got that Big 12 money.
And he's earned equity in WWE too.
Exactly, you know? Right. Like he came up through the system, came up through the ranks, and they are still, you know, rewarding his hard work by like I said, man, the showcase against Gunther, and then the feud with Sammy, right? Like, so that's why I wasn't surprised when he lost at Clash of the Castle. You know, if we'd done predictions for that, I probably would have picked Sammy, because I do feel like there's more mileage you can get out of this Gable turn. And so, I think it was a smart decision for Chad to sign. Like, if you're comfortable in a place, sometimes, you know, you don't need to move. You know, as Chris always says, you know, you can't let perfection be the enemy of good or great. Like, if you got a good or great situation, don't go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the mid-card rivers and lakes that you're used to, nephew.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
No, even with the Alpha Academy, American Alpha situation, I like the differences in the teams, because I thought they were stupid to break up American Alpha, but they did it. Later Jason Jordan got injured and stuff, but with American Alpha, it was like
spending Father's Day with Kurt Angle right now.
Yeah, it was like the two like for real, it's like the two like track stars, like star wrestlers. And with American Alpha, it was like he's the track star wrestler, Chad Gable, and what's his name?
Otis
is like the shot putter, you know, he's like that's what he was. So it was a good dynamic, and it ran its course. I hope Otis doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Tozawa, unfortunately, you know, there's always got to be casualties in these situations, my brother. Keep hope alive, but I do think that Gable is made I think he makes a decision. I'm not going to talk about how it's a decision that makes sense just for where he's at in that company, you know. Like there's no need to leave. The guy that named you Shorty ain't coming back. So I mean, you're fine, yeah.
Hey, Ray, let me ask you this real quick, and I'm going to mention. Will you pull up that past comment that just got pulled up, if you wouldn't mind, Ray? From
which one?
I think it was Mega Man. He said something about Jason Jordan. I think he said, he said, Black Mega Man, shout out for the comment. Thank you for being in here, brother. He said Jason Jordan is such a big what if for me. Yeah, I think Jason Jordan, if I had to just guess of what I thought was next for him, Like I think he would have went. I think I remember Seth Rollins being Intercontinental Champion at that time. I think he would have went on to beat Seth for that title. So that probably would have been like the beginning of something bigger for him. Hopefully, or potentially what would have been. I'm saying hopefully from that particular standpoint. But yeah. So we got Bailey defeated. Oh, I want to ask Ray this real quick, Ray, before we move on to the next thing. How would you go about this potential Creed's Gable Alliance? Would you like fully lean into the whole team angle thing? Like you want the track suits, the whole nine? Like how would you lean into this? And do you how do you foresee this playing out over the summer? Do you think this by the time we're in September, Ray, do you think the Creeds are Raw Tag Champions by beating Miz and Truth and Gable's holding any kind of the title, and that's what Raw looks like, let's say like September?
Well, I think that might be a little too early because they haven't been doing much with the Creeds right now. Right. So but I do want to get back to the Clash. I actually thought if he was gonna, in my head, if he lost, then he was leaving. And so I'm like, and I didn't hear about this stuff. I know he did the stuff with the gorilla position earlier that day, but I didn't hear about it then. And I was kind of talking with Chi-Chi about this during our recording of the Spinning Blackfist coming to your ear holes sometime this week. Spinning Blackfist on the Kings of Sport Network. But yeah, I was kind of thinking, well, if he loses, then that obviously means he's leaving. But now that we know that he's been re-signed, it's like, well, then why'd you have him lose in the first place? I was like, you could have just had him win. So now I'm trying to think, if you do kind of recreate that team angle thing, it's like, how are you going to get him back into prominence? Because at the end of the match, pretty much Sammy was signaling, bro, that was your last shot, bro. Like I gave you enough chances. You had the 3-way. You couldn't get it done in the triple threat match. You couldn't get it done one-on-one. You couldn't get it done when we had the one-on-one match on Raw. So it's enough, bro. You're done. No more chance.
Hey, Ray, do you think it's at the point now where, like, since Gable has like lost title matches to Gunther, he's lost title matches to Sammy, like he's contested for this belt a handful of times. Do you think it's at the point now where, like, let's just say Money in the Bank, they do the rematch, like he has to win, or he I think it's only so much to where somebody can lose to where it's like, all right, bro, like you're just gonna be forever a loser at this point, character wise. Like, do you think if they do choose to go that route in Canada, Sammy's home country, like, do you think that's like he has to win? Like, if he doesn't win, then you might as well just go ahead and chalk him up. Like it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's like, I think so. It's like he either wins or you find a way to get him on SmackDown and be like, oh, we had a trade or something.
Too.
Yeah,
I was thinking what Ray just said. I think they could put him on SmackDown and have him get into some fresh feuds over there. If SmackDown only has the Bloodline faction, right? And then whatever Lashley and those fuckers are doing.
Lashley not even on TV right now, bro.
No,
yeah, I don't know. He's probably in South America getting more stem cell treatment. I don't know.
Yeah, he's stealing that Chris Ely flow. That's what he's doing.
Chris, Bobby Lashley, and Ray got a STEMI group chat.
Right. Will Chisholm said Vince being gone saved WWE from losing good talent. Drew Bailey, Finn Balor, Chad Gable, Io Sky was halfway out the door, and now WWE letting her work shows in Japan now. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very evident that, you know, Vince not being there has opened the door for like a lot of different collaborations and shit like that, and people feeling more like free flow. I tell you one thing, CM Punk ass would not be back. I'll tell you that right now. That was that was the case. But also for the
go ahead.
I think for more of the bigger point, and I'm pretty sure something Chris could speak about as well, like the overall culture of WWE that Vince let curate over these years and added to, and you know, I'm simply referring to that sex trafficking case that's against him. That they got. I saw that they got. I think the U.S. I think the U.S. government had like delayed that. I hope my version is right, but like it's that case had got delayed 6 months or something along those lines. But So
if he's looking at Fed charges, then he's hoping Donald Trump becomes president. If he's looking at state charges, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The request was submitted by a U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York.
Yeah, that's state charges, right?
Yeah, state charges. Yeah, that's what I meant.
So Trump will be able to save him for that.
Yeah, so we got and fucking Logan Paul interviewed Trump on his podcast. So there you go.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And you could tell his PR people tried to clean that up. They was like they said they I think they leaked something to TMZ. They was like, well, he reached out to Biden too. I was like,
right, he said that on Fox. Yeah, he was on the 5. The Logan Paul's brother, whatever that dork's name is.
Oh, Jake Paul.
Yeah, he said that on the 5. He said that they had reached out to Biden too.
He probably did that shit after the fact.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't even know why you're trying to clean it up. I mean, the TKO is like, what is this shit, man? It's like, because Dana White is chilling with this fucking twice impeached, civilly liable rapist, convicted felon on television. So I mean,
37-0.
Yeah, so it's like, what are we doing? Who cares, man? If you want to hang out with the Trumps and TKO is cool with it, you don't need to fucking clean it up.
I about to say, because you want to know what's so funny that people act like that specific group, like that TKO group, like it's some hidden thing that they affiliated with Trump. But it's like a picture with the McMahons at the White House.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you're posing with the U.S. title with this fool. Like, come on,
Trump
man.
stay at these UFC events.
Yeah, like you're trying to get heel heat. Like, I guess.
And the crazy thing is, he thinks he's trying to get heel heat, but to a certain segment of the population, he just became the top babyface in the game.
That's always how it is when you're doing this country versus like counter narrative. Like the West Texas Rednecks and WCW. Mm-hmm. If you caught them in New York, the no limit soldiers were going to be the no limit
soldiers versus
they were going to be the faces. If they were in Mississippi or some
Mississippi,
the rednecks are going to be the good guys. It's really like politics is a real, like, I remember even when JBL, he cut a promo on the old mayor of Detroit, Kwame Kilpatrick, and he thought he was going to get booed doing that, and they cheered him because that fool was just in a scandal. So it's one of those things that, like, I think certain people like CM Punk did all his political stuff on TV, and he was still getting cheered. I think CM Punk will get cheered wherever he goes. But then there's other people that they're gonna look at you like even The Rock, when he tried to clean up his I caused division. Those MAGAs didn't like jump on his side. They're talking shit about him even more. Like from what I've seen online, dude, it's like once you cross that political line,
it's like that. I don't even know this lady name, Chris. I don't even know this lady name, nephew.
Yeah.
I don't even know this lady named Ray. But it's that lady that came out on Twitter this past week. The cooking lady.
You talking about the lady who said the N-word?
Yeah. She thought she was about to get that Republican bag, nephew, and now they dogging her because I guess she got a biracial baby.
Yeah, her baby kind of brown.
Right.
Yeah. And the MAGA people was like, hold on. It was like, hold on, you
she had
that 10-day MAGA contract.
Yeah, like these fools don't understand. You're all or nothing with those cats, right? Yeah. You're either gonna be MAGA or you're not invited to whatever like antebellum party. They don't have cookouts. They got like
the soiree, Chris, the soiree.
Yeah,
antebellum.
Yeah, that's what you're not invited to that shit. Like I don't like when the Rock pulled his shit. It's like, dude, you can't be friends with these fools, man. Unless you come out and say, I am endorsing Trump, You are the enemy.
You ain't getting an invite.
Yeah, you can't half step with these motherfuckers. You got to be all or nothing, That's just how it is. Like
that shouldn't be
the shit. You can't get an invitation to the Catalina wine mixer if you ain't all in.
What Terry Crews saying? White, he was like, "Nobody tell you."
Didn't you know this is an all-white party? Oh, shout out to White Chicks. That was a funny move.
Oh my goodness. He said they could have promised folks. He said they
damn,
that folks who look like us.
That got
all right. Yeah, that
got dark.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
I ain't even mean to click that.
That was my signal to get us back on track right there.
We understand the sentiment, but damn, brother.
Yeah, that was crazy. He just dove straight into that. Like, it wasn't no precursor. It wasn't no pre.
I felt like Angel Reese just hit me in the face. Flagrant two.
So another Scott lost at Clash of the Castle. Baby defeated Piper Niven. I don't really think it's like much to talk about. I don't really think anybody thought Piper was going to beat Bailey at all. So
not at all.
So we can move on to the main event. Of course, Damian Priest defeated Drew McIntyre to retain the World Heavyweight Championship. The final sequence of the match. Brother Nate, go to you first. Your thoughts about this? Damian Priest. Him and Drew McIntyre got into an additional squabble to the squabble they were already having, knocked over the referee. They needed a second referee, Nate. So we saw somebody fly down to the ring.
Saw them Jays.
They had the camera pan to the back. We didn't see the person's face, and then the person counted 1, 2, and then the crowd went off. They could pan the camera over to the other camera. Phil Brooks was on the other end. Drew McIntyre, very pissed off, went over and tried to yoke CM Punk up. CM Punk gave him a low blow. Damian Priest retained. Drew McIntyre loses in Scotland. Nate, what did you think about the finish of the match? What did you think about the reaction, the mixed reaction? The crowd was not pleased after the show. They'd even booed Samantha Irvin when she told them she was coming to the show. They were not happy at all. But there was a subsection of people. There you go. He said some Seba said was going to ask about the Logan Trump interview, which you already brought it up. So here's a super chat to show a love to one of my favorite post shows. Shout out to you, Slim Seba. Appreciate you.
Shout out.
Now, you see the variety you get over here, Nate, Chris, right? You see the variety you get. Look at that. We talk about everything. We started off this show talking about basketball. Come on, man. But Nate, going back to it, CM Punk. Like I don't think it was a big surprise, but this was sort of a conversation we were having off air about, the consistent, the back-to-back hometown people losing with Piper and Drew, and essentially the thing being, look, y'all getting Alba and Isla, so look, y'all going to relax. So what did you make of the finish of the match, and did you kind of see this coming? Because I remember you had said something similar last month where you were like, Punk's probably going to fuck him over in Scotland and then get their feud going.
Yeah, like to me, I love the nephew. Like this is the story they've been telling, and I don't think people that are upset about it, and unless like the only people that have a right to be upset are like the people that are like diehard Drew McIntyre fans. Like, hey, it happens sometimes, man. But anybody that's feeling some type of way about this finish, Ray, they need to ask themselves a question. It's a question we've asked many times on the NWA podcast here at Post Wrestling. That question is, do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. Because this is what this brother does. This is how Phil Brooks operates, ladies and gentlemen. I thought it was a great job, not only in terms of storytelling, but the camera work. When we see that referee come in, nephew, only thing that would have gave it away if you were a keen viewer is most of these refs ain't wearing J's like that.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that would have gave it away because of the way they shot it. And then when the camera pans and you see Punk, you're like, "Ooh, this is getting good now." And so it makes sense in the story of Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk that CM Punk would cost Drew McIntyre this victory. It also makes sense, something else we were talking about before the show, guys, is how Damian Priest is kind of growing into this role as their champion. And so why would you want to short circuit his momentum that's starting to grow for a story that doesn't need a title? in Drew versus Punk, right? So I love the finish, man. And like we've been saying all night, like, come on, y'all got one. 1 out of 3 is the best y'all was gonna get, Scotland. You know what I'm saying? Some of these countries, they hometown people lose every single match. So the fact that you got 1 out of 3, that's a blessing. Be happy with it. Show love to Alba and Isla. But yeah, we knew Piper was gonna lose, and we knew Drew was gonna lose. And so yeah, I just thought the way they did it with the Punk edition is something we talked about last month, and it was cool to see it play out.
Yeah. And that's it. Chris and Ray, any additional thoughts about about this finish?
Yeah, I thought that it happened. Like, I have mixed feelings on it, not because I'm mad that CM Punk beat him. I'm glad that
Chris bet on Drew McIntyre at DraftKings.
My whole thing is, like, I do think you got to be careful with stuff like that, especially to a place that you only go like maybe once a year, because you can't kill a town doing that. You know, if you're if like you go to, people are paying in that region of the country to see Drew McIntyre win, and there's only so many times you could do that. And I think like I think WWE is kind of riding this wave, this momentum, and they think they're always going to be a hot company, and that's just not how things work. You know, you're not going to be hot forever. You know, it's like there is a cooling off period, so you want to make sure, like, I wouldn't do that a third time in a row.
Right.
I think, because, like, you know, and we were talking about this off the air, like AEW is going to be going there, and, you know, people are
like
saying
Osprey and stuff like
yeah. Those fans, if these companies keep doing that to them, there's going to be problems, you know.
Hey, you want to know? Like, I remember I had this was like 2 years ago at this point. I remember I had interviewed Shane Hayes, and speaking of interviews, got some. We're gonna talk about this off air, but we got something coming to the KOS part. I mentioned it before. But hold on, bro. I have some official plans locked in. So now, like, nice. We gonna put something. So just keep an eye out for the Kings of Sport podcast. I would say, I'm gonna say early August. That's what I'm gonna say. That's all.
I got a new show called Andrew Thompson's Shindig. Who's invited?
I remember I had interviewed Shane Hayes, who's part of TMDK right now. I had asked him why him and Mikey Nichols, they used to work in WWE. I asked them why they weren't with WWE when they went to do the Super Showdown in Australia. Right. That stadium show that had that Undertaker triple that whole thing. And I was like, why weren't you guys like a part of that show? Like, you would think that since they were going to Australia, you would want to feature some of the home country talent. And the way that he explained it, like, sort of put it into a different perspective for me in terms of these shows. He was like, yeah, I mean, you know, people, they do come to see like their home country or hometown guys and girls, but he was like, for the most part, he was like, most of the fans just want to see like the big names.
Big stars.
He was like, it's like that. That's like they want to get the same show that they would get if they went to a US show. They want to see the big X, Y, and Z, and that's why I found it funny when Drew was like, "Yeah, man, Punk, if you show up in Scotland, people are gonna riot." This man walked into the crowd. People was hugging on him.
Exactly.
I don't think that was ever going to happen.
Yeah,
like,
people they wasn't. I mean, but see, the thing was, like, I even when Drew went over and yoked up Punk in the corner, people cheered. But then when Punk low blowed him, they cheered.
Right.
Yeah. It wasn't like it was a straight up like boo fest. You know,
it was like a boo fest for him. Yeah. It was like, we like this guy. We like our home country guy. We want him to win, but we also like this other guy who we haven't seen in this company for 10 some years. So, like, but with this particular Drew McIntyre story, I think Nate sort of hit the nail on the head with it. Like, I think that this will involve a championship, but I don't think it needs a championship for this kickoff point. Like, this thing is, bro, they've been able to somehow maintain a serious Drew McIntyre Punk program. And there was a period when neither one of these dudes were cleared. And then on top of that, with the stuff they did at WrestleMania when Punk cost them the title, and then Drew has been trolling him on social media this entire time. So it's like it's like in a storyline sense, Drew has done this on himself. Like you keep talking, and then it eventually came back on him. And I think that the next portion of this is if Punk gets cleared. And now he said in his press conference, for the first time since All Out, y'all, Punk did a press conference. The first time since All Out was in 2022. He showed up at the Clash of the Castle press conference, and he said he was going to be at the eating donuts.
He switched the pastry game up on us.
He switched it up, man. But he had said he was going to be at the June 21st SmackDown in Illinois to see if he was cleared. And I think that once that happens, we'll see Drew McIntyre beat the dog shit out that man on TV, and then that will lead to their singles match, whenever that takes place. But like I don't
in a Hell in a Cell.
In a Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, that I do. I was glad that CM Punk shut that fool down.
Yeah, exactly.
For those who don't know what he was talking about, one of the reporters in the Clash of the Castle media scrum has suggested the idea of Drew and CM Punk's first match to be a Hell in a Cell match. And Chris, would you like to give a recap of what?
Yeah, this is we talked about this with Jesse. I don't like when journalists go to these things and do that shit. Like, why the fuck are you there fantasy booking? Like, what the hell? like you got the rare opportunity to talk to CM Punk at a WWE press conference.
Ask him about the fight. The fight being shown.
Like ask him, your fantasy booking shit. Like seriously, my dude. Like, what the hell is that about? Like, ask him about the match they just had. Ask him about like what are his plans, and then fantasy book on your own time, man. Like, I don't watch press conferences to see that kind of crap. You
want to know what I was thinking? It was like, I mean, I try not to like put that onus on, and I'm not on what Chris said. I'm also just speaking about like my own preferences. I try not to like throw that onus on people, because I always had the mindset, if I wanted to ask some shit, I should try to like get into one of these myself, so I could just ask it my damn self.
Right, yeah, for real.
Instead of expecting other people to do it. But it was just so much stuff that happened especially when Triple H was up there. Like I would have been like, dog. Like, especially like we're gonna talk about the stuff with EO going to Marigold, and like Noah promoting that there was a major announcement coming with WWE, and like it's like all these like other things. Of course, you could always revert back to asking about the Vince McMahon, Janelle Grant case, and try to I guess if there's any more to like try to pull away from that as far as where we at right now, you can always go back to that. That's always a great question to ask. You could ask about Ronda Rousey going in on Bruce Prichard and saying that as long as he's around, this man is in WWE. Like it's a lot of different things you can ask. But I try not to.
I think that we
say those because I just want to repeat. Like I always try to just be like, well, if I wanted to ask something, I should just try to fucking get in one of these and ask it my damn self. You know what I'm saying?
Right? So that's the thing. Yeah. It's like I think we're at the point now with these press conferences.
Shit need to be done.
We just know what they're gonna be, Like I because I did try.
Chris, did you see Matt Camp talk about? Did you see the quote that went out when he was like they want it to be a part, like it's a part of the show. Yeah. They want people to be a part. Did you happen to see that quote that went out from Matt Camp that used to work at WWE?
I did see that. I didn't see it from him, but I did hear that with those rumblings. And I mean, if that's what it's gonna be, then I guess that's what it's gonna be. So I mean, but like I just like for me, like for the press conferences, it's confusing. And this isn't just a WWE thing. This is an AEW thing as well. It's like they've got like too much kayfabe mixed in with like real stuff, and it's like, what's the balance for that shit?
Yeah,
like what's like are we gonna just expect people to ask these questions, or we just go to these shows as journalists if we get a chance to go to these shows, which probably ain't, because I've been talking shit about them for a little while now. But, like, are we asking fantasy booking questions? You know, like, are we asking them like real, like just something substantive? I'm not even saying you got to ask like super deep questions. Like, you know, I sat on one of those media scrums and waited the whole damn time, and they're like, "Oh, we don't have time for your black ass." So,
damn,
you know, but it's
that was a direct quote from the PR person,
right? Shout out to Meg, they didn't do that, but it was just. It's just and look me, I'm just lowly old me. That's why we're trying to grow our TikTok, our Patreon, and all that stuff.
Patreon.com/the Kings of Sport.
Right, yeah. So
KOS_POD on Twitter and TikTok.
But yeah, that was just the thing. And I'm with Andrew too, though. I mean, I don't want to put my standards on other journalists, but fantasy fucking booking, man. Come on, dude. Because
I do get where you come. Like that seems like more of a question that you would ask in a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Like if you had Punk at a table and it was just y'all two.
Yeah.
Like that like and y'all you got all the press and stuff out the way. That seems like a question you like. Who would you want?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That type of deal.
Yeah, like if someone was at like a presidential press conference and one of the journalists asked Joe Biden, "Hey, did you ever think, I mean, Trump did The Apprentice. Did you ever think about doing a remake of The Apprentice?" You know, something like that. It's just like you journalists, for crying out loud.
Right.
Man.
Yeah,
like, that's all I'm saying.
And real quick, speaking of real credible journalists, shout out to Lucas Chapriot, who represented Post Wrestling and WrestleNomics. They didn't let that brother get no question in, but we appreciate you for all your hard work.
I feel like they got Post Wrestling and WrestleNomics on some kind of list. They're like, don't go to their questions because their questions are a little too real.
Hey, Post Wrestling, WrestleNomics, one of us. You have joined the band club with us. So.
Shout out to Lucas, man, for representing the site and WrestleNomics over at Scotland. But moving on, man. Talking about some we can get into some Forbidden Door predictions, fellas, because by the time
I'll be right back, y'all. Let's just give me a.
Chris said he got to go through the Forbidden Door right now.
Chris,
for real, yeah.
Chris got dinner knocking on his door. He ain't trying to get There you go.
Chris said, "I learned my lesson. I'm not gonna wait till after the show to have dinner. I'm gonna have it during the show."
His shit, what's his name? Chris chicken was cold as hell when he got it last time. cold ass chicken, frozen.
Why it's got to be chicken, Andrew?
All right. You know what? See, bro, I try to
make way for the bird.
The reason I said chicken
because it went to the cookout.
No, because he had chicken last time. That's why.
Yeah, that is a factual statement. That's a factual statement.
Hey Ray, watch yourself.
Ray getting a little slick these days.
Watch yourself.
Ray getting a little too big for his britches. BBL, Ray.
All right.
We gotta stay on track, y'all. We 2 hours in, y'all.
Oh, now we gotta stay on track.
Hey, bro.
This is why y'all come to the NWA podcast every month, ladies and gentlemen. You don't get conversation like this anywhere else.
Hey, real talk. We might actually hit that 350. We might. All right. Let me shut up. You're right.
Let me knock on wood.
Right. Hey, Ray. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to that shirt in the back. Look at that. You see that, Nate?
Oh,
look at Ray background.
Okay, Ray. I see it. The Yeek. Shout out to the Yeek.
Hey, Nate,
Yeek.
Hey, Nate, I still cannot believe you got the
Yo, you know what I'm saying? That's what we do here, crazy, man. Off of one comment on the NWA podcast, Dickie Bird was like, "Yeah, these Yeek shirts about to be flying off the shelves."
I'm about to say, hey, Nate, off the top of the dome too. Crazy. Shout out to the whole end. I love y'all, dude.
Real quick, while we waiting on Professor to get back, Andrew, I just want to let the people know, if you like the kind of conversation, the kind of energy that we have here tonight on the NWA podcast, 24 hours from now, tomorrow night, join us on the Kings of Sport YouTube for our second ever NBA Finals live stream. We did game 4 a couple nights ago, had a lot of fun. It wasn't just talking basketball. We talked about how I used to be a moonshiner in college. We talked about how I used to eat potato chips and hot sauce and made my own delicacies in college. We talked about Chris being wild out in his college days. We talked about the WNBA. We talked about everything on this live stream. So tomorrow night, Monday night, game 5 of the NBA Finals. Count them, Ray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Game 5, we doing another live watch. It's going to be Ray. He's leading things. Chris and I are going to join in. Justin Goodrum from Hoopsology is going to join in. The nephew might pop in. And here's something else. You can pop in because sometimes you got to pop up and show when they say it, Ray. If you want to join our NBA Finals live stream, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. Ray will post a link tomorrow for anybody that's a Patreon at any dollar amount. You can join us on the live podcast, live stream of the NBA Finals and chop it up with us while we're watching the Celtics take on the Mavericks. It's going to be a fun time, ladies and gentlemen. Even if you don't want to hop on camera and chop it up with us, still subscribe to the Patreon and tune in tomorrow night on YouTube as Chris is going to have to sit there and watch as the Boston Celtics win one more championship than his beloved Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be popping in tomorrow. We'll see about that. I'm not sitting through that shit.
Hey, did you see the tweet with somebody? They was like, Jerry West went ahead and checked out. So
yeah. I didn't see that tweet, but I mentioned that too.
Chris said that the other night. Yeah,
I said that the other night. Like, yeah.
Let me go hang out with my boy Bill Walton for a little minute.
He was like, yeah, I ain't staying to see this bullshit right here. I'm good. Yeah. But fellas, we got on June 30th from the UBS Arena.
Okay.
In Elmont, New York.
I don't even know what that is.
What's the it's like the well they call it something else. Not Elmont, but it's like another I don't fucking remember, but they call it it's another part of New York that it's a cooler name that they refer to, but it's in New York. There we go. We just leave it
Tribeca. Robert De Niro gonna be a Forbidden Door.
Robert De Niro. But yeah. There we go. So I can't find it, and at this point I don't even know what I'm trying to say right now. But I know
somebody in the chat let us know what we're talking about.
Somebody in the chat let us. Somebody gonna let us know. But we got AEW, NJPW Forbidden Door, the next installment of this event, and we got, as of this writing, we have 7 matches on the card. We're going to start from the bottom. In turn, we're going to work our way up through this card. Brother Ray, we're gonna let Brother Ray take his predictions first. So, Ray, we got Jeff Cobb defending the NJPW World Television Championship, and it appears that this is going to be an open challenge. I don't know if you have any names that you would like to see, Ray, take on this match, but if there's any names that you would, I guess, like, would like to see, or do you think might pop up and take this open challenge, who you thinking, Ray?
And you said this is against who now?
It's an open challenge. Jeff Cobb defending the NJPW World Television Championship.
I don't know, because especially when we're thinking about NJPW, we know that Jeff Cobb represents NJPW. I'm not sure.
Maybe run it back with Ishii. Maybe run that back. You know what I'm saying? You could do something like that, or you could do one name that I was thinking about. I think they'll probably do Lance Archer.
Okay.
Jeff Cobb versus Lance. They'll probably do something along those lines, or maybe do something like that. But I think that's more so of a question that's like reserved once we have like an official opponent or whoever comes out to set this challenge. Or maybe we'll never know. But next up on the docket, fellas.
Maybe a Leo Rush.
I was gonna say Lance Archer would be cool. I'm thinking if I'm trying to put together a match with Cobb, I want a horse fight.
Exactly.
I want a horse fight. What's like? I don't know
if
he's doing it.
If you will.
A meat match, if you will. Big meaty man's slapping meat. What's Brian Cage doing?
None.
Put him in there.
He just got pinned by Mark Briscoe, I think, a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Cobb and Cage. I think that'd be fun.
Hey Nate, you want to know who would have been perfect for this match if he wasn't hurt? Hobbs.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Hobbs would have been perfect.
Now you cooking, nephew.
He would have been perfect for this. But we got Zack Sabre Jr. versus Orange Cassidy. But then who you think taking it? Then Chris and then Ray.
I'm gonna go in it, and this is gonna be sentimental for Chris because I know when Chris was a young man, a young professor, one of his favorite bands was a band based out of California. It was the Zack Attack. Shout out to Zach Morris and the crew. And so in that spirit, I think this is gonna be a banger. I think most of the matches on this card, quite frankly, nephew, at least on paper, look like they're gonna be bangers. Give me Zach on this one.
Yeah, Zach, who you got, Chris?
Yeah, I got Zack Sabre Jr. as well. I think I don't know what exactly direction Orange Cassidy's going into right now, but yeah, Zack Sabre.
Who you got, brother Ray?
I'm gonna go on the other side. I think it's too early to have Zach. I think you could start working in planting the seeds of Don Callis kind of getting into it, and kind of he'll probably be outside outside the ring trying to do something, but ends up costing. And we already know with kind of like the indecisiveness or like the uncertainty that Will has been having as far as trying to hit that Sabre driver or that it's like that, is he going to have, and especially with Swerve kind of calling him out on that, is like they call me kill shot for a reason, you know.
I think you're talking about Will Ospreay.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like
okay.
Swerve was kind of calling Will Ospreay out, and it's like, oh, you're being indecisive. You're going back and forth for whether you want to hit that Tiger Driver 93, but it's like when I see the shot, I'm going to take the shot. So are you going to be able to take the shot? And so is that story that Will Ospreay has kind of been telling with that indecisiveness lately. As to, I think that might play a part into costing him the championship, and then that's probably where you'll see the seed sprinkled in of Don Callis wanting to finally get rid of him out of the Callis family. So I think Swerve is going to be able to retain.
You talking about a whole other match, right?
Yeah, you were talking about.
No, what? What y'all? Oh, what y'all talking about?
No. We was talking about Zack Sabre Jr. on these streets. They don't all look alike, right?
Oh, stop. I was wondering. I was like, did we cut to the main event already? I didn't even hear that.
I ain't want to say nothing, so I was letting him cook.
I thought Ray was about to lead us back to this great conclusion. So when you look at Will Ospreay, we talking about Zack Sabre Jr. in the same boat, but sometimes the boat got to float, because if not, you're sunk.
Go
ahead, Terrence Howard.
Like Terrence Howard.
Let this be a lesson. Don't let that Lexus get to your head, man. Don't let that Lexus.
Like, I was trying to rock with you, Ray, but I was like, I think he's talking about a whole other match.
My bad.
When I say I swear, I thought that's what he was doing. I thought he was about to like whoop it around,
right?
Like,
bring it back around. I ain't nobody see that. Ain't nobody see you.
Y'all ain't let me finish.
Ain't nobody see it. Bring it back, Ray.
Y'all ain't let me finish. So the young guns that are known within the UK, see, we know about Ospreay, but now we flip it to another young gun that comes out of New Japan.
You tried, Ray. You tried.
As far as so you guys
Ray.
say Zack Sabre. I agree, Zack Sabre Jr. All right,
good job, Ray. Good job, Ray.
Let's move on.
Damn.
My bad.
Damn, Ray, it's all love, Ray.
My bad.
You was flowing too. That's what make it so bad. You was like breaking it down because the Tiger Driver ties into his willingness to perform this move, and you don't understand the ramifications. Like, what that got to do with Zack Sabre Jr., dog?
I'm over here thinking, man, am I still interested in doing this show? I'm so checked out. Like, I'm not even like saying the right matches. I thought I was the problem.
That was my bad.
It's him. He's the problem. It's him.
I thought we were doing it backwards. I thought we were doing the main event and
damn,
my bad.
Okay.
I say, Hey, when we get the Swerve versus Ospreay, we just wear skip Ray. We know we get.
Yeah, on my thoughts already. Yeah,
he gave us a whole.
Ray.
Ray was in his bag.
Ray was flowing too. Wow. And then when you bring in the Don Callis family, that element breaks it down elementally.
Hey,
H2O, hydrogen plus 2 oxygen atoms means you can't hit the Tiger Driver 97.
But hey Nate, but when he said Tiger Driver, did he say Zach Driver? So I was like, hold on, what you talking about, Ray? I was like, hold on. And he was,
Ray, man, that was good shit, Ray.
That's a TikTok clip right there. That is a TikTok clip.
Clip it, Ray.
Waiting to happen, bro. But yeah, Ray picked Zack Sabre Jr. Zach Swerve Strickland Jr. So yeah, we gonna
like, what does Swerve got to do with this match?
This man talking about, he said they don't all look the same, Ray.
So you seen one, bruv, you seen them all.
You seen one, bruv. So we got next up we got Timeless Toni Storm coming to the ring by Luther and Mariah May, defending the AEW Women's World Championship against Mina Shirakawa, who will also be accompanied to the ring by Mariah May. Of course, the story here is that Mariah's in the middle of her two colleagues and her two friends, her two partners, and she's going to have to eventually choose between them. I think Toni is going to beat Mina, but I think the long-term goal, Nate, and I'm going to kick it over to you, and then Chris and Ray, y'all can follow up. I think that the long-term goal is for the All-In. One of the Brits will be in action, Mariah May herself. I think she'll be challenging Toni Storm for the AEW Women's World Championship, and she's going to be in the Owen Hart Cup tournament, and I think she's going to win it. And then Toni will try to be like, well, you maybe you shouldn't win the tournament, to try to delay what she thinks is going to happen. That's a clash between herself and Mariah. So I think Toni's going to win, and then it'll all culminate with Mariah getting her. She might be the Brit that win it in England, Nate.
Right. They got to get one.
They got to get one.
I think when you look at this match, Andrew, the thing that we have to realize is when Deonna Purrazzo goes in for that virtuoso lock, Serena Deeb might not be able to counter it. Oh, damn it, Ray. I love you, brother.
Hey, bro.
Oh,
hey, no.
When
I say that if there is ever a post wrestling top 10 highlight, that Ray, that is in there.
Oh,
that is a classic moment right there.
Oh, that was wonderful, Ray. That was wonderful, brother.
Hey, the part that's killing me is Ray was cooking. That's the part that's killing me.
Yes,
he was so serious, though.
He'd been thinking about this all day. But all right, so I think everybody's gonna have the same answer in terms of who wins this match. Like it's Toni Storm. Like I think until we get to the Marilyn Monroe versus Beyonce or Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese matchup with Mercedes, I'm picking Toni against everybody until we get to that point. But I think what you bring up, nephew, is really interesting, is that this can be the breaking point for Mariah, and we can elevate her through this match. So I'm interested to see. Like, I've loved the storytelling so far with it, but yeah, ain't nobody beating Toni Storm on these streets.
Chris,
not yet.
So 1 second. Sorry.
Raiden broke the show.
I'm going with Toni Storm because sorry, because sorry. I'm going with Toni Storm because I'm picking her to and for what Nate just said, her and Sasha are gonna be feuding. Her and Sasha are gonna be feuding, and I think that Sasha is gonna have both of the belts at the same time. So I'm picking
I can
Toni
see
Storm to win this one.
Yeah. So what you got, Ray?
Toni Storm. That is all.
Ray said you ain't getting nothing else.
Ray done for the rest of the show, bro. You pick that up.
I'm like Kobe. Y'all want me to pass the ball more? I'm gonna pass the ball.
so we got the ladder match for the vacant AEW TNT Championship. Of course, this title was vacated because Adam Copeland he jumped off the top of the steel cage and he landed feet first and he fractured his tibia. Which was crazy. And I remember he recently did an interview, I think it was Sports Illustrated, and he said that everything that he intended to do went according to plan. I don't think so, brother. But I think the gist of what he was trying to do was according in terms of like he wanted to make sure that he didn't drop his full body weight on Malachi, which man, if you don't drop that elbow on that man, bro, he'd be okay.
Exactly.
He would be okay, bro. Like you 50 years old coming off the top of a show, and he's in great shape. Like he's doing Adam Copeland's doing some of the best work of his career. So his age, I shouldn't even mention his age because he's doing some of the best work of his career. But like, come on, dog. Like you, but again I don't want to make because it's irrelevant, but at the same time you kind of have to mention it. Like, dog, if you just drop the fucking elbow on him, dog, and he would be fine. Like it's the same thing like with Jeff Hardy. Let me tell you something. Jeff Hardy, them days of Jeff overshooting the swanton to save somebody, them days is done. He dropped a full body. Right. You catching all 250. All 250 of that swanton. It ain't no saving no side. Like I just think only reason I'm getting on it because I just think it could have just been avoided. Like that didn't need to happen. And now you missing now you have I'm pretty sure Adam Copeland would have been at All In. Now that's off the table. Right. And even the fight, he's gonna have to rehab a fight. And then of course as the older you get, the longer those big time injuries take longer to heal. Right. So hopefully it's not like something he out for like the whole rest of 2024. But I think I just hope to see him back like maybe November, December, like sometime around that time. Something like that. So so that title's vacant, and now we have a ladder match for the vacant TNT title. We got Konosuke Takeshita, who is going to be in the G1 Climax. Shout out to Takeshita, man. He's going to be in the G1 this year versus Mark Briscoe versus Jack Perry versus Dante Martin. Versus two participants to be decided. Nate, firstly, I'm going to go to you this first. Who you think is going to take the vacant TNT title? Of course, with Takeshita being in the G1, you would think that he's probably not winning this match because that shit starts like 2 weeks after, like 2 or 3 weeks after this. So you got Mark Briscoe, you got Jack Perry, you got Dante Martin, two other participants. And I wanted to ask you this because I know we talked about this a while. Looking like Lio Rush getting some little bit of storyline action in AEW, man. He had a segment with Top Flight. He had a partnership going on with Dante, and he formally introduced himself to Darius and Action Andretti. Lio Rush, of course, through that connection with New Japan. But who would have thought, man? Lio Rush making his way back on the AEW TV, and it wasn't just a match. He he's involved in. There appears some type of storyline that he helped save Top Flight too on Collision. So. Lio Rush back in the mix. So you made your prediction for the TNT ladder match, and also like I know we've had lengthy discussions in the past about Lio Rush and him needing to be back on TV and him should be being back on TV. And after the previous situation with AEW, and now it looks like he back in the mix.
I mean, I think nephew, when you talk about Lio Rush, I'll take the Lio Rush part of this first. Like we've said since day one on this podcast, like if you can get Lio Rush on your TV, Lio Rush should be on your TV. And the fact that it seems some of these companies, when he has been on their TV, haven't known what to do with the brother. To me, it approaches the level of a federal crime. I make it Trump's 38th felony is that Lio Rush hadn't had a bigger push on TV, even though Trump ain't had nothing to do with it. What's one more felony, brother? But I think when you look at this match, if not for the G1, Takeshita would have been my pick because we talked about it last time. Like I think that dude is gaining momentum, growing steam. He's going to be one of those dudes. Out of the people that you mentioned, I'm of two schools of thought. Number one, I would lean towards Chris's favorite, Jungle Jack Perry, because it gives more to the elite. And I feel like they need a little bit more because not that they've gotten stale or gotten cold, nephew, but they don't feel as hot as they were, coming off of that Sting match. But then the other way that I would go is, and you could call it a sympathy pick or whatever, but the dude has also earned it. I go with Mark Briscoe.
Two belt Mark Briscoe, always champ and TNT champ. Chris, who you got winning the match? And also, Chris, I know you've spoken extensively about Lio Rush as well, especially coming off the tweet from Tony Khan and the whole thing with Big Swole and Rick. But now it looks like, at least for Forbidden Door season, he's back in the mix storyline wise. And also, who do you think is going to win the TNT title?
Just the Twitter stuff, man. Tony Khan's a sensitive one.
Hey, Leo's likes a private now, brother. He's safe.
Right, So just no more of that shit, my dude. I'm not one of the people that I just be careful, my bro. But yeah, I do think that now this, I have to preface by saying I don't think Jack Perry has necessarily earned his the TNT title. I don't. Jack Perry doesn't impress me. But for the story they're telling, maybe the title will elevate him. His promos just still don't do anything for me. I've been trying to see if it was a me problem or a him problem. And then when I go on Twitter, like the sentiment isn't that much different than my sentiment. You know, I don't see people loving this guy's promos and stuff. But I mean, if they want to bring him to the next, the one thing I will say about Jack in his defense, I do think the beard makes him look a little bit more intimidating. He's a little less cookie cutter with the beard. His wrestling is never been a problem. It's just like the actual when he talks, it's not great. But I think the TNT title could be something. Maybe you could use it to elevate him because everyone else in that faction's got a belt. So I mean, why not him?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What you thinking, Ray?
Let me get back up. Same thing. I think Jungle Jack Perry, Jungle Man, not Jungle Boy.
I thought Ray was about to jump on the screen and say "Kill Switch."
I ain't never gonna live that down, dude.
Can't be afraid to shoot, Ray. You can't be afraid to shoot, brother.
I think
I got Jack. No, I was saying, not much more than that. I got Jack. Yeah, I see with the push that they're giving them, like Chris mentioned, everyone else has a belt except him. I'm hearing some feedback. I'm hearing some feedback.
Is the NWO? Is this the Wyatt 6? Who the hell?
Like, I thought.
I think
the Pulitzer Prize winning producer is spiraling.
In my back. Andrew was getting some new hair. Oh, yeah, it did sound like the Wyatt 6 was invading. I was like, what is
where that QR code come from?
Y'all heard?
We heard all that, nephew.
Oh my goodness! For people who listening, you wonder what that was, man. They not to the Wyatt, whatever. They not taking over this podcast, man. I don't know. You ain't getting no QR codes over here. Matter of fact, you want a QR code? Go subscribe to the KOS TikTok. We got some QR codes over there. Subscribe.
Yeah, that's what we talking about.
We can figure out what the hell Ray was trying to say when he was talking about Zach.
Go to the Kings of Sport TikTok. Dickie Bird passing out McDonald's coupon.
So we got I'm pretty much in line with y'all. I think Jack Perry probably gonna win the title. Like I think to what Chris was saying is more so of a believability thing. Right. Like it feels like Jack is like playing a wrestler. Like I mean everybody's playing a wrestler essentially, but
right. When it feels like it. Though.
Yeah, it feels like he's like you want to know what exactly. You want to know what it feels. It feels like Jack is like, this is my job, and this is like he's like a lesser version of like Nikola Jokic. Like Jokic treats basketball like that's just what I do, but that's not like what I really.
I just do this so I can pay for my race horses.
Right.
Exactly. That's what that is. And I finally found out what I was trying to say. Long Island That's what I meant. Long
Okay,
Island.
I've heard of Long Island.
Yeah, there we go.
Strong Island.
It's on. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
What is that?
Now Ray want to get bold.
Yeah, turn the light on, flash the light on Andrew.
Ray hit you with that Tiger Driver 97, nephew.
Try to put me on the Summer Jam screen. I see you. That's it. Let's see. But next up, we got Mercedes. We got a winner takes all match. Mercedes Monet putting her TBS title on the lineup against Stephanie Vakir, who is the reigning NJPW Strong Women's Champion. The winner will hold both titles. Of course, the sentiment, and I think what most people kind of knew at this point, like before the injury to Mercedes last year, resurgence, that title was pretty much going to her. She was going to be the first champion, but Willow ended up being the first champion because of Mercedes' injury. Let's start with you, Ray. Like, what have you made so far of Mercedes' run as TBS champion? Of course, she did take the title off Willow. We had talked about it at length about like Willow not wanting Willow to be a transitional champion, but it seems like there are other things on the horizon for her. Of course, you got the feud with Statlander, and then she's going to be in the Owen Hart Cup tournament. Maybe she'll get a shot at Toni Storm for the World Women's title. But what have you made so far of Mercedes' run as TBS champion? And of course, I'm assuming that you probably think she's probably going to take both of these belts, and she'll be a double champion in AEW.
Yep, that's my pick. I think again, just like her run up to gaining a championship is other than the debut, it hasn't been really eventful. Same thing with her run right now. Yeah, I mean, that's only how I feel. Like I like. Of course, we all know that she's a star anyway, but it's just the way things are playing out. I mean,
it has a hit for you, like the way you thought it would.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah,
I still got her
stand on that
though.
shit, Ray. Stand on that shit.
I still got her win. I still got her winning though.
I say, what you think of Chris? And also, Chris, what have you thought about Mercedes' run? And
I've thought her run has been very enjoyable. I think it went off to a rocky start, but I think ever since she had the match with Willow, I think people know what she's gonna be in AEW now. It's just she needed to wrestle. That was always the missing component to it. Once she wrestles, and I think people make too much about her promos. Like in AEW, it really doesn't matter. She's gonna get cheered when she wrestles in that company because that's just what that company. Even in WWE, she was getting cheered. It's like she's just the kind of wrestler who's gonna get cheered sometimes. She'll get booed when it's time to get booed, but when the bell rings, Mercedes is taking you on a ride. So I've enjoyed her run. I think she's gonna win this match against Taya Valkyrie. She's gonna
No, keep cooking, Chris.
My bad. She's gonna
I see what you did there, Ray.
So Stephanie Vakir.
So Stephanie Vakir, yeah, I'm messing up. But anyway.
Ray be pouncing on people now, Ray.
Look, man, I know what match I'm talking about. I just got the I got the no-name person that's gonna lose anyway wrong. The basic context.
Talk to him, Professor.
Is there, Like, I'm not talking about Toni Storm and Sasha. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the match at hand. But yeah. Anyway, she should win. Sasha Banks should win.
The professor said that's 3 demerits for you, Ray Williams.
Mercedes Monet should win, and I've enjoyed her run so far.
I say, Ray, we keep taking shots at Ray. Ray gonna send a goddamn auditor to come look at the NWA podcast, standing at the stream, getting on us, trying to protect the public. But Nate, you think Mercedes gonna be a double champ after this, after Forbidden Door?
Yeah, so much like my colleague, my esteemed and respected colleague, the Professor Chris Ely, I'm not too familiar with Stephanie Vakir's game.
She a dog, man.
everything I've heard about her says it's going to be a great match. I'm kind of in between where Chris and Ray were at in terms of Mercedes' run thus far, nephew. Where I feel like the first night we saw her, in Boston, I think that was a great night. Then it got a little shaky. I think it picked up after the Willow match, but even with the Willow match, though, we talked about it. I felt like it was a match that probably didn't need to be booked this soon.
Yeah.
It almost feels like, I don't know about y'all, your culinary taste, but have you ever had? Here come the NWO again. Bischoff heard that 83 weeks comment you made, Chris. But it's like, have you ever had a microwave pot pie?
Oh my.
I was watching my show over my shoulders, man. I thought Sean Waltman was about to pop up on a brother. Like if you've ever had a microwave pot pie, right? A microwave pot pie is something that is very quick, because it's microwavable, Ray. But it also takes like 7 damn minutes to microwave a pot pie, which is like, it's this weird thing where it's like, yes, it's quick, yes, it's fast, but it's also taking a little too damn long if you're hungry. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how I feel about Mercedes Monet's run so far in AEW. Like, it's mostly been positive, but I feel like the heel turn was kind of microwave. Like, we knew this was her best role in terms of her feeling confident as a promo is in that heel role, but it felt like we got here too quickly. That being said, I think she's kind of found her footing now. As Chris said, bell to bell, we know she the goods. We know she a star. So I think she's going to win this match, and I'm excited. Again, man, all roads lead to Maryland versus Beyonce with her and Toni Storm. That's what I'm here for, y'all. That's going to be one of the biggest matches in AEW history.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah, I'm up to the vein.
Yeah, it should main event.
With Tony, with the idea of Tony versus Mercedes.
Whenever Tony and Mercedes meet up, that should be the main event of whatever show it's on.
Yeah, for sure. Like I'm still advantage, y'all. I think that Mercedes will be a double champion. T. Anthony said Sierra Hotel, India, Echo Delta.
that's real. That's real, T. Anthony.
Shout out to T. Anthony, man. You got jokes, brother. You better be careful. I'm gonna get ready to ban you from the chat. Jokes on Andrew Thompson got an expiration date, my brother. I'm telling you, get it anybody can.
The limited time offer.
Shout out to Ted. He always kicking it in the chat. But next up, we got IWGP World Heavyweight Championship John Moxley defending against Tetsuya Naito. I believe that that's funny as hell. Actually, I believe that Naito is going to get back the IWGP World Heavyweight title. What y'all brothers thinking? What you think, Ray? And then we just go up, Chris, and then Nate.
Yeah, I think Moxley is going to retain. Naito's, he's had like a bunch of runs with it already. It's good to actually have him. I think he's been on Forbidden Door before in some matches, correct?
Yeah, he wrestled at last year's show in a tag match. I think Chris Jericho was in that match.
Yeah.
The learning tree.
But yeah, I think it'll be a
Brian Key.
I know. You don't talk to him like that. He's been doing some good work as far as like kind of coming out of his shell. I think
Brian Keith.
I'm loving Brian Keith, and I'm loving Big Bill too. Kind of playing like
Brian Keith has been giving me some like Byron Donalds vibes. Like he's like,
who was that sheriff in? Was he in Arizona? The black sheriff?
I know which one you're talking about. That MAGA sheriff. He's giving me those kind of vibes. Maybe it's because it's Jericho, but I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I just needed to interject.
We done went from Juneteenth to January 6th in a minute.
I know, right? Yeah, sorry about that, Ray. I just needed to.
No, you're good. So I think it'll be a good way to showcase Naito like in a one-on-one capacity. But I think they're gonna keep the belt on John Moxley, and it'll be interesting to see. I know Andrew. They started making out, or they started. Did they come out with the roster? They came out with the roster for the G1 Climax, correct?
Yeah, that full participants got announced. Yep, full participant got announced already.
So I
And
think,
Naito's in the G1.
yeah. So
Okay.
I think Mox is going to keep the belt warm for whoever for the winner of the G1 Climax, and that'll be a like Wrestle Kingdom, right? Or will that be another show?
The winner of the G1, they get a briefcase, and just over time they defend the briefcase, like just to pass that waiting time between the end of August and January. But normally the person who wins the G1 is going to keep the briefcase. The defenses are just like a placeholder type thing, just to keep it
Right.
like active. But the reason I think Naito is winning, just so they can get the belt back to Japan to set up
Right.
like title matches for the G1. So like when Naito loses matches in the G1, it'll be like, okay, he can defend the title against the people on the lead up to Wrestle Kingdom or whatever like that. But I mean, the idea of Moxley keeping the title, that I don't think that's like an impossible thing that will happen. I don't think that's like off the table completely. So I wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah, I think he could at least keep it until maybe like when they have the finals for the G1, and then they also have like a championship match on that card, and then they can have Moxley lose it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to actually have somebody from New Japan win a significant match at Forbidden Door. That would be decent. So, but I think I'm a stick with Mox.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, I think I'm going with Mox as well. Not because of any storyline reason. It's just with Tony Khan, it just seems like anytime they fight these New Japan guys on TV, even someone like Naito, I think Tony Khan books his guys to win. I don't think he wants his cats losing on his TV program. So for that reason, I think Mox is winning.
And it's crazy because like Mox is his guy, but he's also New Japan's champion. It's like,
right?
Yeah.
It's a little weird. It's a little wild. I think you can make a good case for either one of these dudes. Like obviously, I think with the G1 coming up, as Andrew mentioned, like that's a way if Naito wins the belt that you can build up programs within New Japan. Or if Mox, retains, then it's a good way to also like build that intrigue for the G1. Like who's going to be the dude to take out this monster that's been rocking with this belt for a little minute. Just for the sake of parity, I'm gonna go with Naito. That way we're split here on the show. But I think it's either way, man. It's gonna be a hell of a match.
Right.
Looks like the nephew dipped out for a second.
Yeah. Yep. I think he's heading off, but he'll be right back. But we will go to the final match. We will go to the final match on the card, the main event, the presumed main event.
Okay. So Ray, when we talk about the final match, though, I wonder, do you think there's any way that Will Ospreay's reluctance to use the Tiger Driver 97, could that play a key factor? I know Chris is wondering about this too. Could Will Ospreay's reluctance to use the Tiger Driver 97 actually be the thing that gives Swerve Strickland the advantage in this match, Ray?
Well, see, I actually believe that the technical prowess of Zack Sabre Jr. will come through. see, I'm trying to be like when Titus O'Neil was coming down and flew under the ring, and then he tried to flip it, and then it just ended up being dead. I'm trying to flip it so that I can end up killing it. But that's not going to happen.
No, Ray. Oh, almost 300 people saw you on the live stream, brother.
But yes, I do think that's going to make a difference, Nate. I got Swerve with it.
What about you, Chris?
I'm actually gonna go with.
Don't do it, Chris.
Ospreay.
Ooh,
but there's a reason behind it.
Ooh, this close to Juneteenth, brother.
I hate doing it. The reason why I'm going with my heart, with my instinct, not necessarily like critical thought pick, but just something that I think could happen, and I wouldn't mind happen. Ospreay losing or winning this match, and then when they're in Washington, the next match Swerve winning it back. I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea to flip-flop the belt between these two at least once or twice, just so you could establish both of them as these are our guys for at least the rest of the year. And then MJF, he could do what his thing and challenge one of them later. And you have a really solid main event scene with guys that are pretty much homegrown. Like Swerve, yeah, he did NXT, but Swerve is a AEW homegrown guy as far as I'm concerned, So I know this is against the grain, but I'm going with Ospreay and then Swerve to win it back.
Okay. Before I give my pick, Nephew's back with us. Andrew.
Hey Nick, can y'all hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you. The NWO and the Wyatt 6 are not trying to hijack the program.
You want to know what I finally plugged in my microphone, like my official channel. No, but see, the thing is, like on StreamYard, for some reason, like it's like my connection doesn't hold up, but like on Zoom, it holds up great. So like I just gave up on trying to do it, like plug in, like do it from my laptop, because I just gave up on it. So I tried it now, and it's working. It's
sounding great.
It's working fine now. So listen, I'm not about to Ray, can you knock on your desk for me? Knock on some hopefully, hopefully this don't go wrong. But this is my first time trying this in like months, dog. So hopefully we good. But I just heard Chris's prediction.
Yeah, but I'm gonna give it to you, match. Andrew, before I go, because we back for the main event. Swerve versus Will Ospreay. Who do you think is gonna win this match, and why is it Zack Sabre Jr.?
So I'm thinking that I'm thinking I think I'm confident at this point that Swerve is going to retain. I think the end game for this in terms of Swerve and when I say end game, I'm specifically referring to All In at Wembley. I think that Swerve is going to be facing Hangman Adam Page for the title. I mean, he's going to be defending against Hangman. That's going to be the match at All In at Wembley. And then I think that. Yeah, I think Ospreay probably gonna be tied up with. I'm assuming Ricochet, for Wembley to give people a big, that big matchup, and it'll be like essentially a showcase match. And I think they'll, like I said earlier, I think it'll be a much updated version of what they did back at that best of the Super Juniors match. But yeah, that's what I think is gonna happen. I think eventually we'll get the Swerve Ospreay too, but I think it'll be much later down the line. We'll get to that because I think Swerve and Hangman is going to come from, of course, they already their history, but blood and guts. And I think that Hangman is probably going to be with the Elite, and then Swerve is going to be representing Team AEW, and then that's how we'll reignite that Swerve Hangman program that was like, they had damn near the best match of 2023 last year with that crazy ass match. When Hangman was drinking his blood and shit, which was fucking crazy. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Swerve retains over Ospreay in the main event of Forbidden Door.
I like it, nephew. I was ready to come on here and just confidently proclaim Swerve was going to win this. But Chris brought up some interesting points in the sense of if you did want to use this moment as a way to elevate both of these dudes and have, your, for lack of a better comp, your Brett and Sean for this generation, and even more so than Brett and Sean, where like these guys, it's not just going to be a couple of joints, and then because of other reasons outside of the body of the program, these dudes ain't really vibing no more. You could run with this for a minute, just back and forth like the two best, like Federer and Nadal in tennis, like LeBron and the Warriors in the NBA. So yeah, I think there's a case to be made for Ospreay winning this match. We all know this is going to be a fantastic match. Great way to close the show. But Chris, as much as I respect you and appreciate you and love you, brother, for everything you bring to the table here at the NWA and at the Kings of Sport, patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. Ain't no way I'm picking against Swerve. when we 3 days away from Juneteenth, brother. I just don't have that bone in my body, brother. So I'm gonna go Swerve. So it's a 3-1 against the Prof on this one. Swerve Strickland retains. Because Will Ospreay ain't gonna hit that Tiger Driver 97, as Ray told us.
You wanna know what? Like, like we joking on Ray, but like I think that's like a great point that he brought up about that Tiger Drive. I think that's gonna be the one that's gonna cost him. And you wanna know what? I think I saw this on Twitter. Somebody said that Swerve gonna hit the move on Ospreay.
Oh, he's gonna hit the Tiger Drive.
Yeah, he's gonna hit the Tiger Drive on because Ospreay won't do it.
He loses.
So Ospreay won't do it. Swerve would, and then remember Ospreay just did the Swerve stomp on Dynamite.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be his little get back. He'll be like, Ospreay gonna have a chance to hit the Tiger Driver and win the match, and he hesitate, Swerve reverse it. He do the Tiger Driver, win the match. I think that. But this right here, this is a main event. This is a main. I saw some people was like, maybe Mox and Naito should headline because the title changed, but I'm like, nah, no. I mean, I get why people say because it's the AEW New Japan title matchup and the show is AEW New Japan. I get that aspect, but I just think Swerve Ospreay is the bigger attraction.
Yeah, and plus Swerve hasn't main evented really yet.
He hasn't. I about to say, Chris, and then on top of that, we saw Naito and Mox 2 months ago at Windy City Riot. That was the main event. We saw it. Saw that. So there you go. That's our Forbidden Door predictions. June 30th on Long Island. Zack Sabre Jr. and Swerve Strickland will be in action, Ray, as you predicted, sir. But
Ray ain't beating these allegations, folks.
Right.
But yeah, we got like 1 or 2 more topics left, and what we at, Ray? We at 255 right now.
255, yeah.
Yeah.
250. Look at this, is beautiful.
Time. I'm convinced.
Oh, Chris is convinced now.
Boy, I know John and Wade smiling from ear to ear right now.
Yes. So what are the last 2 topics?
This is John and Wade's Cody finish the story moment. If we end the show under 4 hours,
we end the show under 4 hours. So these are just 2 quick little touch and go points before we get to our last 2, like so we can just chime in and y'all can add and stuff if y'all want. But it did get announced that Io Sky, WWE's Io Sky, is going to be heading to Marigold, which is a promotion owned by Rosie Ogawa, co-founder of Stardom. She'll be facing Utami Hayashishita. I believe it's July 13th. I believe it is. Ray, if you went back and you pulled that up real quick for me, Io Sky versus Utami. I think the day is July 13th at Ryogoku Sumo Hall, if I'm not mistaken. I probably got the day wrong, but I know it's at Ryogoku. But yeah, Nate, Io Sky. It looks like WWE is further, establishing these different partnerships with different promotions in Japan, and also to mention Nate, AJ Styles will be heading to Pro Wrestling Noah to face Naomichi Marufuji, and that definitely is going to be a matchup that's going to catch a lot of people's eyes. But yeah, WWE is venturing into these. We had the Charlie Dempsey went to All Japan back in January. It's looking like WWE is trying to further expand and get these different partnerships going in Japan. And of course, they're going to be heading back for their own tour in late July. So then what do you make of, I guess it's like just one of those things that like sort of remains to be seen about what further comes from this. Of course, like there's the Julia's working with Murray Gold, and I think in all WWE they want to scoop Julia up. That's what they waiting for. And of course, I saw there was some reports out there that she's supposed to be debuting a Heat Wave in July. But what have you made of these recent announcements? Io Sky going to Murray Gold and AJ Styles going to Noah.
I mean, it's good for the business, nephew. It's something that they probably should have been doing for a minute, but we know why they wasn't doing it for a minute because of who was in charge during those minutes. But yeah, I think Io Sky, he who should not be named. I think Io Sky going to Marigold, like that's gonna be cool, And again, like you said, it's probably all not only to kind of grow this thing, but also like, hey, Julia, we see you, girl. Come on over. But when you talk about this man, AJ, one of the best wrestlers in the world, ladies and gentlemen, whether that world be round or flat, I've said it many times. I think him, and Marufuji, that's gonna be dope, man. That's gonna be dope. Like, hey, we ain't never AJ ain't never beaten those allegations either. So AJ and Ray like the same person for real. I think that it's good, man, and anything that can grow the business is a good thing. They should have been working with these companies longer than this. But I think it's going to be really exciting, really cool. If you want to hear more nuanced and informed discussions about this, check out Post, because WH Park, Bruce Lord, Karen Peterson, they got these streets covered. They got these streets covered like hash browns at the Waffle House, Ray. But yeah, just from somebody who kind of checks in and out on the Japanese wrestling scene, like, I think it's dope, man. And again, not to harp on it, but yeah, like, if you're the biggest company in the world, you don't have anything to lose by working with other companies, man.
Yeah.
You only have, eyeballs to gain, a business to grow, money to be made. So it's cool all the way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
And they working with the best promotion in the world right now too, Ray. This TNA WWE relationship, brother. That's putting asses in seats.
Yeah, I think
Forbidden Door has been open.
I think if you're
can y'all hear me? Am I still here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I think if it's important to forge these kind of relationships with smaller companies, just to just make sure, because the thing is they are in an age of competition now, right? So you don't want AEW partnering up with everybody, and you're not partnering up with nobody because you think you're the best.
Right.
That's how you kind of miss the boat on things.
But we're also hoping that this doesn't turn into.
So when I'm looking at this this partnership,
go ahead, nephew.
Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead, Ray. I think my thing lagging.
You on
right
a delay?
Now you go ahead, Ray. You can take it. I think my thing lagging right now, bro.
Well, all I was going to say is, first off, Stardom is kicking themselves for letting that boy Rossi Iwagawa go, because now he's just like, well, now my promotion. Now I'm gonna take the biggest star in Julia, and now we gonna develop a relationship with WWE since you ain't got it no more. And so
it kind of feel like they wanted him gone, though, dog.
Yeah, probably.
It kind of feel like there was a little static.
They did, but it's not working out for them right now. No one's talking about Stardom right now. Everybody's talking about Marigold.
You saying they won the battle but lost the war?
I think so. But in turn, I know there have been some people discussing as well, as though now is this WWE kind of planning that foothold in Japan, to where they want to start kind of taking over, similar to what they did in the UK with Progress, and kind of with the NXT UK, and kind of taking all the prime talent from that region and kind of bringing them over to their brand. Like, is this the beginnings of what they want to do within Japan as well? So I'm not sure. We'll see. And then it's good to see AJ go over as well. It kind of like they were kind of planting sleeves too with your boy what's his name, who had his retirement match against Shinsuke Nakamura, or one of his many retirement, Keiji Muto, or the Great Muto.
Right, like which retirement match you talking about with Muto, dog?
Am I following them? All right, no, I think I hear you. All right, I hear you, Nate. I thought I was fading out. Exactly, like. So, but yeah, when WWE actually let Shinsuke go over and wrestle Muta as well, so I think they were already kind of building that relationship too. And again, like you said, Nate, if the who we'll probably put as the third ever FAN fan for Kings of Sport, he who shall not be named, he a fan. If he was still in the place, then this for sure isn't happening, because you don't know that he considers like the WWE pretty much above pro wrestling as a whole is sports entertainment. So we
Sports
don't deal with
entertainment,
those small. Exactly. But with Triple H, it is good actually have somebody who's actually a wrestler and who knows the benefits of wrestlers going to different promotions and kind of bringing eyeballs back to the main promotion. Is like it's kind of like a synergistic relationship between us all. So I'm glad that Paul sees it in that perspective as well, to actually have his talent go out and be featured in other promotions.
Yeah, I'd agree. While we're efforting to get the nephew back in the building, nephew out there at the Wyatt compound, I don't know what this brother's doing. But let's talk about him real quick, because we mentioned him a couple times. And the word on the street, the rumor on the street is that tomorrow. Oh, speaking of which, he's here.
Listen, man, I see y'all see what I'm saying? That I just went ahead and went back to the phone, bro. And I tried to explain. Listen, man, if we ever make the move to Zoom, I promise y'all we'll hear top quality audio. And I'm gonna say the top quality audio for these future interviews in August. So y'all listen to the KOS. That's my out and my plug right there. But I know we was talking. I know y'all was moving on to the Wyatt 5 or whatever they about to call this new thing. But I want to touch on the Murray Gold and AJ thing real quick. Like I know that there's a lot of people feel like the idea of WWE going into these different territories or different countries, especially stemming from I don't know. We
talking about it now.
Yeah, we talking about it now. Nate and Chris and Ray touched on it previously as well. But like the thing, I know that there was a lot of discussion, especially stemming from what happened with the UK scene, like in terms of WWE venturing into it and then like essentially
gutting it.
Yeah, gutting it. But then also like speaking out, kind of gutting that shit too. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
that is true.
That's a big part of it. Like, you know, when half of the big stars or a lot of the big names that were there got outed as, you know, doing various sex pest related things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that also played a role in it. But
a bunch of fans, if you will.
Exactly. And then on top of that, you know, of course, you got to mention like the sort of cleaning out of the big time stars. But like it's like I did feel like that, and I felt like that for a while. But I also think I'm like, at some point, those names would have got scooped up by the AEW or WWE, and I think that WWE they just went the route of, well, let's just create an entire brand,
right?
Do it that way.
Yeah.
But I mean, the brand, you know, where it's at now, that shit is gone. NXT UK is done, and this NXT Europe is supposed to be a thing, but I don't think that shit's giving all the ground, because I don't think nobody cares at this point.
No.
So it's kind of like a useless project, and I think that but again, those British stars like the Gunthers, the Tyler Bates, the Pete Dunnes, the whoever you want to throw out there, anybody you else to throw out there, I think the Will Ospreys, who, you know, they would have got scooped up at some point or another. Like, though they would have left eventually, you know what I'm saying? But but WWE definitely played a role in, you know, sort of wiping out that British wrestling scene. But I'm just, as time goes on, I just believe that at some point everybody would have dipped out for a big contract. At some point, you would have.
I think the difference between this approach and that approach with the UK scene, though, nephew, is, again, not to bring it back to Kendrick, there's a difference between being a colleague and a colonizer. And I think they colonized the UK scene.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point. Like with this one, I that's why I'm kind of like reserving negative judgment on it, because again, it is a different region. Well, I mean, Triple H was like sort of the one leading the charge for NXT UK. So I mean,
hopefully he's learned something.
Hopefully he's learned something. You know, so that's why I say I understand why people feel the way they feel about, like, oh, I'm not too sure about this going on and what might happen.
I'll say this in Triple H's defense. They had competing goals, right? Like Triple H, I do think he wanted the UK scene to thrive. And Vince McMahon, that's not how he operates.
Treated like another territory back in the 80s. We got to crush him.
Like Vince McMahon is the fucking scorpion. And it's the frog, you know. It's like
one of the greatest stories of all time, the scorpion and the frog, like, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, yeah, you stabbed me, we're both gonna drown. Why'd you do that? It's
because I'm a scorpion, baby. That's what I do.
I'm a hustler, baby.
Yeah.
I just want you to know.
but yeah, with this
When I'm
think
done with you, ain't nobody gonna be coming to your show.
but yeah, EO going to Marigo, I think that's a very exciting thing. I know you should be working for Rosie Agawa again for one night. And I know Utami Aishishita has always talked about wanting to face EO, and that was like a dream opponent for her. So that's coming true. But ultimately, I know Rosie did an interview with Tokyo Sports, and he was like, he think the reason why WWE granted his request is because they want Julia. Because I mean that's ultimately like the Julia is the middle woman in all of this.
Speaking of that, bring up the last comment that somebody posted in the chat, Ray, because I think it's a good point, and it's a point that I think we're all making, in that like this is not something out of the goodness of their heart that they're working with these companies. Like it's business, but I think there's a different way to do business with this partnership with these Japanese organizations versus the way they did business with the UK.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And then on top of that, with no, like see, the thing is with Noah, and the difference between like with the UK scene is Noah is owned by Cyberfight. I mean by Cyber Agent. Noah is owned by a big corporation. So I would like, I saw the people like the idea of like WWE buying. I think that in order for that to happen, Cyber Agent would have to sell them Pro Wrestling Noah, and I don't think that they're giving up Pro Wrestling Noah to WWE. So I don't think that can. I see. I can see why people would be worried about like an All Japan, because that's a standalone business. But like Cyber Agent, like that, they have like a, you know, so I think they're pretty a wealthy corporation, so I don't think they're going to be selling that. But I understand why people were worried about a All Japan, because that's a standalone thing. And with Marigold, like, bro, everybody know that Rosie Agawa and Triple H got some type of, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like, bro, they had Julia at WrestleMania, Stand to Deliver. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, dog. Like, yeah, like everybody know they working together, so that's not even the thing. And then Rosie said in the interview, he was like, he met with him and Triple H had a virtual meeting like in November 2023, and Rosie, and she said that Triple H was like, oh yeah, man, I'm willing to help you, you know, with whatever you got going on, whether it's with Stardom or individually, aka I will help you as long as you bring Julie over here. That's essentially what that was. So yeah, then AJ going to Pro Wrestling Noah, I think this is a big feature match, like similar to Nakamura going to Noah, was that 2023 to face Muda on his retirement tour. I think I remember Murray Fuji was saying something about like him possibly going on a retirement. So I know he had a match with Ospreay. I think that was that last year. I think that shit was last year. Time be flying. I don't fucking remember, but I know he had a match against Ospreay. So I think it's gonna be like a big showcase match, and then just be like we'll see what's to come. But Nate, I know you were talking about the upcoming stable that is expected to be debuting based on the QR codes. That's happening. This is supposed to be unveiled tomorrow, this faction. And the people that are reported to be in this faction are Bo Dallas, who is, Bray Wyatt's brother, Taylor Rotunda, who is also played Uncle Howdy, who was expected to be in this mix. And then you have Nikki Cross, Dexter Loomis, Eric Redbeard, aka Eric Rowan, and then you have Joe Gacy. So those are the individuals who are supposed to be in this faction. We had talked about this a little bit before we started recording, but like, what for you? This is going to be a Bray Wyatt tribute act. That's right. It's the genesis, and not in a disrespectful or negative. That's what this is. Like that, the Uncle Howdy character is a Bray Wyatt idea. So this is all of this. The genesis is Bray Wyatt. But how do you sort of navigate this thing to where it can stand on its own legs? Well, it's always going to be associated with Bray. I don't know if like what I'm trying to say is making sense, but like it's like you want to find a way for this thing to sort of be its own thing, because it's always going to be in tribute to Bray, but you want to make sure that it has some sustainability to it.
I mean, not to draw a direct correlation, Andrew, but I think there are some similar aspects to this. And let's take it back to the MCU, because I think the issue that they're going to have to face and the tightrope they're going to have to walk is similar to Wakanda Forever. When you have a property so associated with one person, in that case, Chadwick Boseman, who passed before the sequel.
And that person's not here, bro.
Right. So we've got to make a movie about this world that this person is directly tied to, but we don't have that person anymore. And so with this Wyatt 6 or 5 or however many they are, like the question is, how do you walk that line, Chris, between being an act that's respectful to the legacy of Bray Wyatt and what he meant to this company and to these performers, but also this is a group that's going to have to stand on their own too, because you can only play off of the emotion that people felt and feel for Bray, but for so long. Like this group has to come with something. And so like I hope they can pull it off. Like I think there's some cool things you can kind of do with it. And you know, we ain't had no mysticism up in these WWE streets for a minute, despite what, you know, Alba Fire and Isla Dawn try to tell you. They tell me they witches on these streets, nephew, but I ain't seen no witch-like behavior from the unholy union. So like I'd like to see, you know, the new Wyatt family, the Wyatt 6, like do something with the supernatural elements. And yes, pay tribute to Bray, but they have to be their own group, Andrew.
Hey, Nate, just to add on to your point, I did see a report from Fight Select earlier that said that they're supposed to be leaning into more like realistic stuff opposed to the that like that
kind of like and it's no shade at these performers, man, because like Bo Dallas, like I've been like rooting for Bo Dallas for a little minute. I thought like dude had a lot more in the tank than what they gave him during his main roster run. Like Nikki Cross or somebody. Shout out to the White Chocolate Cheesecake of sports entertainment. Nikki Cross, somebody they've been undervaluing for a minute, like that whole superhero thing. Even though I guess it was her idea, it never really hit New York. Like Dexter, my boy Dexter Loomis, TNA alumnus. Dexter Loomis. Like I think he's got something to show. Like Joe Gacy, I think he can provide something. And then having Eric back with the crew, I think that'll be cool.
That's a nice touch, Eric being.
But
that's a nice touch.
I don't like it. Like if they're going to a more realistic aspect, guys, it almost feels like they're trying to do Retribution again, and ain't nobody want Retribution the first time.
They say, Chris, I know you had made a point about this faction and you had compared it to something. I think it was great.
Yeah, to Dark Order is just it's like once Brody passed away, I thought that should have been the end of it. I will say this though. If Joe Gacy pulls off the most illegal move in wrestling history, in this faction, I'll say it's worth a mission. I don't know if y'all ever saw that, but this is an old thing. This is where I recognize Joe Gacy from.
Old CZW days.
Yeah. So, do you remember that, Ray?
I don't know what the move was. Now you gonna have me.
You can pull it up, I think, and I don't think we get a copyright strike for that. But the most illegal move in wrestling history, that I think it'll come up on YouTube. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm not interested in this. You know,
like the way I'm looking at it is similar to what like me and Nate was just talking about as well, like what we talked about off here. Like it's just like it's just a fine line to walk in, and I do kind of feel I don't feel. I mean, I feel like it's something that Bo Dallas wants to do. I don't feel bad for him in that sense, but it's like it's just the weight of like having to carry this thing, and like again, this is a tribute to Bray Wyatt, and you have to do this at Bray Wyatt idea without Bray Wyatt. You know what I'm saying? Like all of this exists in the universe in which he created. So now you have to continue this on without the individual who's responsible for this. And
without the supernatural stuff, nephew.
And without the supernatural stuff. Like I don't know if they're like completely leaning away from it, but I know that it's supposed to be more like realistic stuff involved, opposed to like just solely it being like this mythical thing. You know what I'm saying? But like again, I think that they just got to take this thing on a. Matter of fact, you don't need to take it. I was about to say take it on a week by week basis. This needs to be one of those things that's like carefully plotted out. And of course, I'm assuming they're doing that with the QR code stuff. They've been teasing it for months. So like now, I think it's do or die time now, brother. You got that shit happening in 24 hours. Like you know what I'm saying? You ain't no backing out of this now. So I mean, again, I
and your first impression means a lot with this group.
Exactly, right. And I just think it's just one of those things, like where as far as conversation wise, like I think it ain't really much to say until the July edition of the NWA podcast when we get to fully see this thing and like what it is. Like we'll be like 4 weeks into it by that point. So it's like, especially like who are they gonna feud with? Like I'm assuming their first target is gonna be probably Jey Uso because of the light stuff, the Fireflies. Like maybe that could be something like Jey Uso making that his thing now, and maybe that could, what I'm saying. It's like, again, because it's so, because when you feud with groups like this, it like consumes the character. So like you're gonna need that person to be fully entrenched in what they got going on, and they'll take it away from whatever else they're doing. So it's always interesting, and from a negative and positive perspective to see how these.
Somebody in the chat said Final Testament. I do not want that.
Oh hell no! But what you trying to know?
Brother, ew. Brother, ew.
Bro, when I say the Final Testament come out to just nothing, like, bro, like I'm talking about, there's no boos. People don't care about this group at all. So it's
at least Paul Ellering getting a check.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm happy about it. Shout out to Paul Ellering, man. Good on him for getting a check. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It just remains to be seen. And I know we gonna see tomorrow what this thing turns out to be. So hopefully it ain't like how Nate said. First impressions mean a lot, but also anybody can make a great first impression when you got whatever months of preparation to get this thing down pat. It's a matter of like fleshing it out and see how long it goes. So what's that? That's the most illegal move. Joe Gacy.
I'm surprised y'all haven't seen this. This is like I
think I've seen this on YouTube. Yeah, I don't remember
where they're breakdancing.
I ain't need to see all that tonight. I'd rather watch the Final Testament.
Right. Yeah. I'm talking about Joe Gacy does this like head thing where he's like in the middle, he's breakdancing and he does this like head glide. Whenever you guys get a chance, watch it on your own. He does this like head glide, like they hypnotize him. And it's ridiculous, man. It's the most ridiculous crap I've ever seen in wrestling.
So we definitely gonna see about the Wyatt, whatever they call
it. What's Brent saying about the Wyatt family
in the thong for like 2 seconds, and you would have saw it, Nate? Come on.
We got we gonna see what happened with this Wi-Fi group. But our last topic of the night, fellas. Last topic of the night.
Last topic. Last hour of the show.
21. John Pollock and Wei Ting. I know y'all probably doubted us.
Don't jinx it, nephew. Run through the tape, nephew. Run through the tape.
Just run through it.
Let me stop talking straight. Y'all right. Stop talking straight.
Don't be like the tortoise in the hair. The hair was high stepping and ended up getting passed by.
Listen, man. You see what that was? That was that youth ignorance coming out of me. Man. Talking before we get the job done. You see that? But of course, we got the NXTNA crossover. Jordan Grace, of course, competed at NXT Battleground. Lost the NXT Women's Championship match to Roxanne Perez. We got a Tatum Paxley interference. A Dana Brooke return, Nate, to WWE. Ash by Elegance made her return to WWE in that match. And Tatum Paxley, of course, she answered Jordan Grace's open challenge at TNA Against All Odds. Jordan Grace retained, obviously. And now we have the upcoming NXT Battle Royal this Tuesday to determine Trick Williams' opponent at Heatwave. And by all reports, it looks like there will be some TNA talent in this match. A lot of people are speculating Joe Hendry. Maybe Joe Hendry in the TNA Battle Royal, but it'll be interesting to see what other talents they filter in and out of that. Nate is a TNA, I can't think of the word.
Aficionado.
Aficionado. There we go. Somebody who is deeply entrenched in it. What have you made of this partnership and how things have turned out over the last several weeks? And of course, who would you predict is going to be in this battle royal this coming Tuesday?
I mean, not only am I a TNA aficionado on these streets, nephew, for a time in my life, the people, I didn't call myself this, the people called me TN8 on these streets. So I'm not new to this Impact Wrestling TNA lifestyle. I'm true to this, So first of all, talking about the crossover, like I think it's been really cool. Like I love that Jordan Grace not only had her shine in the Royal Rumble match, but I love that she was able to come back and had this great match on NXT. I think it makes sense, man. Like going back to the idea of business and working in concert with other promotions, even if it's not from an altruistic point of origin, it's going to grow the business, man. It's going to help people get noticed. Like there's probably people that are wrestling fans that didn't know who the hell Jordan Grace was before she popped up at the Rumble and before she had this shot at the NXT Women's Championship. And now these people know who Jordan Grace is, and they're like, damn, like she legit. She for real, for real. It was cool to see Tatum come over to TNA. And yeah, you mentioned those names for the Battle Royal, man. Like I think, of course we all believe in Joe Hendry. Shout out to that brother. But there's a lot of interesting names. Like there's some that I would just throw out there, knowing good and damn well it ain't gonna happen. Like, hey, what if Moose shows up? That ain't happening, y'all.
Moose ain't doing that shit.
That ain't happening, y'all. But like there's
you see Eddie Edwards doing it?
Eddie would be cool. Honestly, if Leo were still there, like I'd love to see Leo pop in.
What about Mustafa Ali?
Ooh, that'd be cool. But
I heard they were interested in him, so I read that in one of them.
That would be cool.
I'm about to say, Chris, they always interested when they let him go and then they get
and then they get hot again. Yep. When they get hot again. Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot and they all up on me.
Yeah, but about me in all fairness, Mustafa, he was trying to get the fuck out of there for like 2 years. They let him go. Oh, Josh Alexander. Josh. Hey, but Nate and Nate, Chris and Ray, I want to get y'all thoughts about this. Where's that line between, like, okay, are you just sending your top people over to WWE to fucking lose?
Right. That's the thing.
Because so I'm looking at the roster. I'm thinking like realistically, who could be in this battle royal? I could see Ali. I'm looking at other people. I can see Ace Austin and Chris Bay.
Chris Bay would be good.
I can see Chris Bay would AC Ray. I think that we're gonna get a reunion with Wesley, and it's gonna be Wes, Trey, McGill, and Zach Wentz versus Gallus. That's gonna be that's gonna
little Rascals reunion.
Rascals reunion.
And then it'll be cool. Zachary Wentz's return to WWE. Remember that thing, Chris, when he was doing the Hitler. Yeah. So I mean, I'm looking at like Allen. It's like Allen Angels, Crazy Steve, Fandango.
Oh shit! I forgot about Fandango.
I can see Fandango.
Like remember that one brief period in time, nephew, when Fandango was the biggest thing in wrestling, dog.
Yeah, all because everyone was doing this.
I can see. I can see Kushida in the match. I guess. What about young Leon Slater? Him and Javon Evans teaming up on NXT, the two young guns.
Okay.
Them motherfuckers 19 to 20 years old. That's crazy.
Yeah,
and then we got
they even younger than the youngest in charge.
Crazy. Man, I might as well be Unc to them. I'm not, Rich Swann.
You gonna be Uncle Nephew.
Rich Swann, yeah.
You know
AJ Francis returning possibly.
Come on, man.
I mean,
I like everybody's like kind of thinking about it. Like,
you might actually make the dive over the rope this time.
I think AJ Francis. I don't think he's a good fit in that company now.
I can see Mike Bailey, Speedball.
Yeah,
Speedball.
I can see Speedball. I can see Mike Santana from
hell yeah.
I can see him. I can see, but
low key TNA, man. People sleeping on TNA. They got a deep roster, dog.
You want to know what I would do though? I think any of those names could be in there. Particularly, I think, you know what? Who I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go with Leon Slater. I think that's my definitive person who I think is gonna be in this battle world. But you want to know what I would do? Because I've been noticing on NXT TV, they've been saying a lot. Oh, you'll be at the best women's division in the world, and I would have the end of the show close with some of the top knockouts beating the shit out of the NXT women's division in the locker room, and like you do like a camera shot, like where you just see like everybody getting their ass whooped, and then one of the knockouts, like maybe Jordan Grace, she could be leading it, and then she pick up the camera, and you have like maybe 2 or 3 the bigger name knockouts like with her. Like, I'm trying to look at the roster right now.
Giselle Shaw, maybe.
Masha Slamovich.
Slamovich.
You know what I'm saying? Like people like that. And you can have those like Jody Threat, Danny Luna. Shit, you can maybe have Gail Kim in that motherfucker if she wanted to be in there. Gail was at Battleground. So I got
Steph DeLander come back to NXT.
Steph DeLander. Yeah, I can see her doing it. Tasha Steelz.
Tasha Steelz.
Steelz. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that could be something, because I've been noticing they've been saying that a lot, like purposely. Like, we got the best women's division in the world, so I can see like the women beating the shit out of. And then on top of the reason I'm saying,
and then Tessa Blanchard shows up, and it's a rap nephew.
Hey Nate, do you remember that night when we covered that Hard to Kill show when that like days after she tweeted that stuff came out about her? Jeez,
it was you, me, and Brian Mann.
Oh my goodness!
And Brian Mann didn't even watch the damn show.
I've never seen a bigger bag fumble. Well, I have.
Not only, and look, then she fumbled the Impact bag, and then she went and fumbled the Jeannie Buss Wild Women of Wrestling bag.
Yeah, crazy. But yeah, but like out of the names, like Ray, like realistically, who could you see being in this battle royal and potentially winning the battle royal? Like out of the Impact names, like could you see like a Chris Bay, or like a Leon Slater, or like a Josh Alexander, or like what names could you like realistically? Speedball might be the one. And I'm talking about like specific, like you could see going to NXT Heat Wave in Canada and Toronto and like legitimately challenging Trick Williams for the NXT Championship.
I think those are some good names. Yeah, I think either one of those two, like you say, if it's gonna be in Canada, I mean, those 2 big time Canadians right there, and Josh Alexander and Speedball Mikey Bailey. And I'll throw in Joe Henry, or
that's a good one. Yeah.
You believe
I'll throw him in.
You believe
Yeah. I be a little bit. I gotta watch some more of his stuff. I believe a little bit. He works hard and he's creative, so yeah, I believe a little bit. So one of those 3, I
think. Frankie Kazarian is in.
He in TNA.
TNA also.
He in TNA.
He's back.
Frank Kazarian in TNA. Yeah. So like, I mean, we gonna see this Tuesday who gonna be challenging Trick Williams. Well, I think it's probably like, realistically, I think it's probably gonna be an NXT guy that's gonna win the battle royal. The TNA people probably just surprises.
Right.
So yeah, we gonna see what's going on with that. But fellas, that's all we got.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe in miracles? The NWA Podcast clocking in at under 4 hours. Now watch this outro go. Tomorrow, John Pollock's gonna be like, they said at 3:41 that the show was over, and it didn't end until 4:30.
That's what. Don't say nothing till I push the button, y'all. That's all I'm trying.
Somebody want to come in and give a super chat. Be like, so guys, give us a deep dive to Kaylin Clark. What do you guys think?
Speaking of which, last call for comments, last call for questions, last call for super chats. We probably gonna run maybe about 10. I'm gonna say 10 more minutes, nephew, and then we out. Last call. If y'all will have any thoughts or questions for the crew this week. But before we call it a night, let's go with two-way Ray, the master of the Tiger Driver 97. Ray,
the Zach Driver.
the Zach Driver 98. Ray, what are you most looking forward to for the next time we hop on these microphones for the NWA podcast? What's the big thing you're looking forward to talking about?
Man, see, you putting me right on the spot. I wasn't even thinking about the next show. I'm still thinking about now. But I don't know. I mean,
Ray, we definitely
Money in the Bank, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the did you had this up already? Oh yeah.
Marcus Vandenberg said wrap it up.
The invisible hand himself. Wrap it up, B. Yeah, I think probably just getting ready for Money in the Bank. By the time we come on, will we be before? We'll probably.
Well, yeah, we gonna be like a 2 weeks out the Money in the Bank, I think, or a week out the Money in the Bank.
So yeah, just kind of reviewing Money in the Bank and then seeing how close we get to SummerSlam. I think it'll be a big thing. I did want to address real quick. Brent Chittenden had some good points earlier about talking about the
This is an idea. I'm waiting at the end of the NWA podcast. Put it on a t-shirt.
He had some earlier ideas when he was talking about the Wyatt 5, and he was kind of talking about and I'll pull it up now.
He said, I hate to speak. Oh, you want to read it off, or you?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay, cool.
I hate to speak ill of the dead, but a lot of Bray's stuff started off great and just petered out by the time he got to pay-per-views or PLEs.
Yeah.
And I kind of do agree with that a little bit. Like fair. Nobody remembers.
I agree with that a lot of it.
Yeah, that's
fair. Nobody remembers, especially now. Nobody remembers like that Hell in a Cell with the Fiend and Seth Rollins and everything was red. Yeah. Like nobody gonna talk about that
Dean Ambrose match.
Hey, bro. Like the thing with Bray,
the worms in WrestleMania.
I forgot about the damn worms.
Yeah, like, the thing about Bray stuff is I think Brent sort of hit the nail on the head. Like a lot of his stuff was always it was always enough to get you engaged, but like he just never had like any serious legs that like it always got like just a little bit too much at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like but also.
And part of that might have been out of his control. It might have been due to the booking.
Especially with the I remember I heard him in an interview one time and he was talking about just like how some of the ideas wasn't his, and like even Seth Rollins had said it when he was like when they had that Hell in a Cell match, like that was there were ideas that were thrown in there that was from Vince, and like he wanted certain stuff done, and like it just, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think that shit would have worked in like the red Hell in like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I don't think that shit was working anyway.
No.
But like, I don't know. Like it felt like I watched that. I recently just watched that Bray Wyatt documentary, and I think somebody summed it up better than anybody. Like anything that I could ever say. It was just like sometimes Bray's ideas just reached a point where they were bigger than him, and like it kind of just went into like this whole other thing that required more than just one person's input. But that one person's input may have been possibly the best thing for it, but also at the same time, one person's sole vision for all of this stuff isn't going to be able to get everything done that you need to get done. It was always a complicated thing, but I think that's all.
And it's a vision that might not be able to be told through the lens of pro wrestling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is true.
But
Andrew, while we got you on the Summer Jam screen, what are some things you looking forward to towards the next episode?
Yeah, so of course we're gonna be talking some Heat Wave, some Money in the Bank. We'll be talking some Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor. That's gonna be happening in July, and then we'll of course be one step closer to SummerSlam. I think that'll be. I think when we record SummerSlam, it'll be like 2 weeks out. So we'll probably have like a good idea of the match card, so we'll be able to do some predictions. I'm pretty sure some crazy shit gonna happen between now and next time we record. It always does. So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what the top story is when we roll around to that.
Where Ricochet ends up as well too.
Yeah, Ricochet. Yeah, he'll be a free agent by that point. So we gonna see. We gonna see.
Anybody else?
Chris, anything you looking forward to for next month?
Nothing
besides the TikTok.
I'm looking for the TikTok. I think we gained like 1 or 2 followers. Since
okay. Hey, everybody, right now, man, hit that follow on the TikTok, man. Take you like 2 seconds.
Yeah, help us out. But
it's like 300 some people watching right now, man.
I do want to say for last month's episode, the comments especially on the clips, even on the show, like that one, the clip on Tiffany Stratton, or almost like 1,600 or like almost at 2,000 people watching that video. So appreciate that. The thing I heard the most was I'm glad we actually got some Black people talking about this. We ain't gonna give you a watered down version of our opinion. That white girl knew better, and we go keep it a buck on the NWA podcast. So appreciate that. Appreciate the feedback. Just all the comments. There was one hater on the clip with us talking about The Rock. But we push y'all to the side. Like I hate the comments the most where people are like, who cares? Like, if you don't care, why are you watching the clip? And why are you commenting on the clip? I never understand that, but for the most part, we appreciate all the comments, constructive criticism, good comments, and the negative stuff, I don't mind that, but it's whatever. Looking forward to next month and hopefully the comments on this video is just as good as last month.
They about to go crazy on that Ray clip. They going crazy on that Ray.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with our brother Ray Williams in that moment. His brain transcended to another. He was like, the whole time he sitting there. You know how sometimes, Andrew, you can have a conversation with somebody, and it's a certain point in the conversation you stop listening to them, and you thinking about what you're gonna say back to them. That was Ray the whole time. Like, you know what? I don't even care what they're talking about right now. When they hear this point about the Tiger driving 97 and Osprey's reluctance, they ain't ready for this.
I seriously thought maybe I just checked out of this podcast.
I think all three of us, we was like, we're trying to go with you, Ray, because we supportive of my brother. But I think halfway through, I'm like, this naysayer talking about the wrong damn match.
hey, when I added it, I was like, hold on, I was like, but Zach Taylor Jr. and Ray was like, the Zach driver, and the time back to the Swerve stop and the Tiger driver. I'm like, oh, Ray, like, what you talking about?
Because I swear, when y'all brought up the match, like I was trying to get the pictures to put on the slide so that we could pull it up. And that was just the first thing that was on my mind was the main event. I was like, oh, they got this early. And so I just started talking.
And then we looking at Ray like LeBron was looking at J.R. Smith when he didn't know what the time was. Like,
oh, yeah. And he's like, what?
Like, Ray.
Hey, did Ray ISO himself when he did that? Did he ISO himself?
I think he did.
I think they did.
Ray knew he was cooking. Ray was like, and the Tiger driving 97, his greatest strength will become his greatest weakness and liability. But if you don't have complete collision coverage, you can't get insured, brother.
Bro, but when I say,
thank you, Terry.
Hey, Ray, when I say that might be a top 5 moment in your broadcasting career, bro. that shit right there. But when I say that needs to be in the Ray Williams highlight reel, 20 years from now, that clip needs to be right there.
That's what's gonna get hired on the Pat McAfee show.
Bro, when I say, see, bro, it's that type of stuff, but you cannot fake that. That is like just that's Ray, right?
Yo, it's a good show, fellas.
All right, so
shout out to my man Ray Williams,
yeah, the legend. The Caitlin Clark produces. Caitlin Dark put it on a t-shirt. Dickie Bird.
Hey, bro, stop calling that man BBO Ray too, bro.
Please, thank you. Thank you for defending me. I need something.
But yeah, I think next month, obviously, looking forward to talking about where Ricochet ends up landing.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to talking about, kind of the road to SummerSlam, if you will.
I'm about to say Nate the latest foul in the WNBA.
Yeah. in Cleveland, Ohio, exactly where you want to spend the summer vacation. Cleveland.
See, Minnesotans hate us now. Now you're gonna have Cleveland.
Now we got Cleveland hating us.
Look at you.
I'm hating on every city. Look, let me tell you now, Ray. I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that they walk. I hate the way that they talk. I hate the way they dress. I'm hating on every city in the continental United States until Atlanta gets a damn PLE. I said what I said, Ray Williams.
That's true.
The next ATL PLE gonna be Sexy Red presents NXT. That's gonna be the next Atlanta PLE, hosted by Sexy Red and Lou Williams.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be so many lemon pepper wings at the arena that night, Ray. So many lemon pepper wings. But yeah, we appreciate everybody for checking us out this month, man. And this episode, man, this is uncharacteristic from us fellas. It's like Lipton iced tea back in the 90s and early 2000s. It was brisk, baby. We ran through this episode under 4 hours. We did it, y'all. Last time we gave y'all 6 hours. This time we gave y'all under 4. So you never know what you're gonna get here at the NWA Podcast on Post Wrestling. So again, shout out to everybody that watched live with us here on Sunday night going into Monday morning. Shout out to the people that will be listening and watching in the future. I'm sure Ray and Way are going to collaborate and get some good clips up in the coming days. But yeah, this is a fun show, y'all, and it's good to be back with the fellas. Happy Father's Day once again to all the pops out there, man. Shout out to my pops. And we're gonna keep it moving into July. So let's get up out of here. Before we do, we got to do some promotion. And who better to promote than our guy, two-way Ray Williams? Ray, what you got to promote, brother?
Well, as I mentioned before, we did record myself. See, y'all giggling, keying.
Oh, let's keying.
But yeah, like I mentioned before, me and Chinyere Okafor just recorded last night. It's been a busy weekend for me, and it's going to continue to do so. I know Friday we had, like Nate mentioned, we had the first ever live watch along of the NBA Finals on Friday. Then I recorded the upcoming episode of the Spinning Blackfish podcast alongside Chinyere Okafor, the maestro herself. And then tonight, of course, you guys are listening to the NWA podcast. And then tomorrow, we're going to be, as Nate again mentioned as well, we're going to have that second watch along for Game 5 of the NBA Finals on the Kings of Sport YouTube page. And again, go ahead, subscribe, follow us on patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. $5 gets you in. And also it gets you an opportunity to join us live on the stream. If you have a working internet connection, camera, microphone, you'll be able to join us if you are a paid member, a paid patron of our Patreon, patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. And I believe that's all I got. Personally, follow me at Mondo Dondo on X and on follow me at Mondo Dondo X and Instagram. And again, we're just gonna keep hammering this TikTok, y'all. TikTok.com or TikTok on your app at KOS_POD.
Nephew Andrew, what you got to tell the people? You've been teasing a little announcement here. So why don't you go ahead and let the people know what kind of shindig you got in mind, Andrew? Are you trying to save that for another week?
I'm gonna say that for. Well, I mean, I'm gonna say that because I'm
give him a little hint, Andrew. Give him a little taste, little teaser, a QR code.
We just gonna be getting back into the interviews real soon. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm sorry.
He back.
And you'll be able to see on my YouTube channel, and you'll be able to see on the King of Sport podcast feed. So that, and me and Nate got a little collab going on, an idea that he threw out there that I think is kind of really, 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 really cool. Not kind of, it is cool, and something I had thought about before. So we're gonna do that. Just add a little razzle dazzle to the interviews, a little spice, if you will. So there you go. And you can check me out on Twitter at @AD__. Same thing on Instagram. And yeah, check out our ring work over at Post Wrestling. Check out all the ring work at Post Wrestling. And yeah, happy Father's Day to my pops. So yeah, there you go. Bye.
No doubt. Let's go to this man, the professor, the angry intellectual himself, Chris from LA, Chris Ely. To the TikTok you don't stop, to the TikTok you don't quit. Chris, tell these people about what you got going on with this here Kings of Sport TikTok. Tell them anything else you got to promote. Tell them about your big Juneteenth celebration that you got going on. I know you got a Juneteenth celebration popping off, Chris.
Yeah, probably eating some barbecue somewhere, but yeah, man. What I was gonna say is thank you for following us on TikTok. Just continue to follow us on the TikTok KO.
How many followers we got right now, Chris, at this very moment?
I think we got 3. We Annika I'm gonna see what I can do to manipulate the system to get us more followers.
Chris about to pay for these bots, these Russian bots out here.
Let's see if we can get some bots or something.
Let's go, comrades.
Does TikTok have like bots you can get? All right, so yeah, maybe we need to do
buy all the bots.
But yeah, follow us on TikTok. But the thing that we got upcoming this week is this album that I didn't know I still had, WrestleMania, the album. So this album, it would have came out 90, like right after WrestleMania 9, but before WrestleMania 10. So I've only listened to a couple songs on this. Nothing really came back to me as far as my memory is concerned, but me, Way and Nate should be reviewing that. I think we said the 20th, and then I don't know when Way is going to drop it, but look for that episode of Review Away. Or is it Rewind Away?
Rewind Away.
Rewind Away. Man, I get this shit all twisted. But yeah, Rewind Away. Listen to that episode where we review WrestleMania, the album. So far, the songs aren't as fun as the WCW songs, in my opinion, but I think we'll make it work.
Power Driver's on the album, right?
Not on this one. That's the 80 album. That's a 1980s.
I don't think I've listened to this album, man.
Yeah, this album. I look, man. I like my brother said I had it. I don't ever remember listening to this thing, man. Like it's open, so I must have listened to it. Like I don't like. There's a Macho Man. I went on YouTube because I haven't listened to the CD. The CD's in here. I haven't listened to it. Let me see if I could pull it out real quick. Yeah, the CD is in here. I just don't have a CD player anymore because it's 2024.
Chris came home from high school and was doing backflips in his room to that jump.
Yes. like if I was, I promise you I'd admit it, but I really like the Macho Man music video that's on YouTube. It brings it that I do remember that. I don't remember any of this other shit, man. So that'll make it even more fun because
I don't remember this album at all, Chris.
I just got no memory of it, but I had it in a collection. My bro found it and said, "Yo," and I guess we got some other ones too. So maybe like, this when we do part 4, I'll find another gem.
I love that. Like Chris, like there's so many different team ups within the post wrestling Avengers, Ray. Like you can get all these different combinations, and I love that for some reason Chris, Ray, and I are like the wrestling album crew. So I'm just waiting for the day when Chris is like, "Yo, we got to listen to this Macho Man Randy Savage rap album."
That was a
Be
choice.
a man, Hulk.
Be a man, Hulk.
Yeah, I was like,
"Come on, don't be scared."
I said we could either listen. I told Way we could review Macho Man album or this album, and this
the
is what
Macho
we
Man album is so ridiculous, man.
Yeah,
because Hulk Hogan is a real bad punk.
Yeah.
Y'all should do John Cena one, his album.
John Cena's actually got one of the more credible albums.
Yeah, that one was okay with the trademark and Freddie Bumpy Knuckles.
Bumpy Knuckles.
As time passed enough for us to admit that it wasn't bad at all.
I think so.
No, I always gave it props. I think John Cena, as far as wrestler rappers are concerned, he's definitely in the top.
The
5.
Bad Man track off of that album was pretty dope.
Like when you talk about Men on a Mission, and fucking PMU.
Hey, let's not disrespect Man on a Mission. Come on, Chris.
Man. That was not good rapping, man. It was not good.
Come on, Chris.
Chris said, Man on a Mission was Bush.
Yeah, it's like Cena's up there as far
Public
as
Enemy.
Yes,
Lottie. We like Tony.
Hey, Nate. It's only one great rapper here post wrestling. Who's that, Nate?
We know. Like you can have John Cena, Chris. You can have the Public Enemy. You can have Man on a Mission. But for my money, ain't no rapper in wrestling or in real life. You know what? People say Kendrick Lamar won the beef with a Canadian. That's because he went after the weakest Canadian. Drake, that was a light pack. But K-Dot, I'm saying this right now because he ain't going to say it. K-Dot, you ain't ready for DJ Jopo. He's the Jopo. If you don't know, he's a mofo.
Right. When we finally do review a rap album, I'm gonna request John Cena sit in on with us. So
now Pollock's listening to this is like, great. Now I got to battle Kendrick.
Hey, Nate. We got 6 minutes left.
6 minutes left. That's just enough time for me to get all these promos in. All right. So again, we appreciate everybody checking us out, man. Hope everybody had a safe and happy Father's Day. Hope everybody has a great week for the culture. I hope we have a great Juneteenth. But yeah, we appreciate y'all checking us out, man. Again, we just mentioned that man, DJ Jopo, Jopo, one of the greatest lyricists in the history of the game. John somewhere. John, the whole time when Kendrick and Drake was beefing, John was like, this the semifinals to see who get to play me. See who get to play me in the finals. Because that's the whole reason J. Cole dropped out. Because he was like, even if I beat K-Dot, I got to fight Pollock next, and I can't win that. Ain't nobody beating John Pollock on the mic. Y'all ain't ready for this man, DJ Jopo. But mentioning John, want to send a shout out. Why don't we have a DJ Jopo shirt on Chop Tees? Make it a t-shirt, Dickie Bird. Mentioning John Pollock, man, want to give a shout out sincerely to John and Wade for always offering up the platform here at Post Wrestling, man. The proprietors of Post, they bring in the whole crew, man. Not just us, but everybody that you hear on this network, man. John and Wade brought them to the table, man, and we appreciate those brothers, and we love and respect them for what they've done here. So yeah, like Ray said, man, go to postwrestling.com, go to the cafe, hit them up with some bread. While you're at the Post Wrestling Cafe, right around the corner, like if you walk out of the cafe with your double, and you look down the corner, down the street, it's the Kings of Sport Patreon, patreon.com / Ray say / that's why we beefing. Patreon.com / the Kings of Sport. $5 gets you in the door for over 300 hours of audio, video, talking about pro wrestling, sports, politics, pop culture. We got MCU reviews up there. One of our newest shows, the Avengers Initiative, just did a great review of X-Men 97. The first 15 minutes are up on the free feed. After that, you gotta pay, because as Ray will tell you, the game is to be sold and not told, ladies and gentlemen. But $5 is all we ask for a month. Everybody watching this, if you haven't subscribed yet, just check us out. You don't have to. This ain't a lifetime commitment, but check us out for a month. See if you dig what we do, and if so, stick around. If not, hey, we appreciate you anyway. As Chris mentioned multiple times, TikTok KOS_POD on TikTok, KOS_POD on Twitter. Check out the YouTube tomorrow night, as Ray has mentioned. We're doing our live stream for the NBA Finals Game 5, which probably will be the final game of the NBA Finals. I'll be there. Ray will be there. Justin Goodrum from Hoopsology, the good brother, will be there. Andrew Thompson might pop in. And Chris might show up for a cup of coffee before leaving, because he don't want to be associated with the Celtics hoisting up another trophy, hoisting up another banner. Chris is going to go to sleep on his Lakers in-season tournament pillowcase that he had made on Etsy. Shit, that's a good-ass Christmas gift, Chris. Now I spoiled the gift, but I'm going to get you a Lakers in-season tournament banner bed set made on Etsy. That's your Christmas present from me, brother. But yeah, we are doing some good things at the Kings of Sport, man. Shout out to Chi-Chi and Ray for the spinning black fist. As Andrew mentioned, that we got something cooking with the nephew, with the youngest in charge, Mr. Tiger Driver 97 himself, Andrew Thompson is coming. So subscribe right now so you can be there on the ground floor when it happens. But for everything else, man, check me out on Twitter at @8 MOZAIK. Want to send a shout out to Chop Tees, chop-tees.com, where you can find your Kings of Sport merch, your post wrestling merch, Poison Rana merch. Laps Fan, as we mentioned, has joined the Chop Tees family. So many great shows and products available over at Chop Tees, man. So support the good brother Dickie Bird and the crew. Let's see, anything else? Righteous Reg, our good brother. Shout out to him for the theme song. And I think that's going to do it for this week. Thanks to everybody for watching. And we appreciate you. We will see y'all in July.
Cut it. Oh, my bad. Wait.
Nephew tried to hit. You assaulted me verbally, and I feel like when Caitlin Clark was brutalized by Angel Freaks.
Cut it, Ray.
Hey, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. We'll see you in July. Ray, hit the button.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, the rest it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.